Chapter 101. January 7, 1999. Seer and Marrow arrived in Zaban City, where the Hunter exam would take place. The exam site was underground, but they remained aboard their airship, looking over this year's candidates' profiles. Through hidden cameras, they compared the footage to the records, matching each examinee to their respective file. Meanwhile, deep within Zaban City's underground labyrinth, hundreds of examinees from around the world had already gathered. Among them was a seasoned veteran, Tunpa. Having taken the exam countless times, he silently observed this year's batch of hopefuls. Many of them looked familiar, faces he had seen in previous years, only to fail due to various unfortunate circumstances. The most dangerous candidate this year was probably that magician, HxH. The guy had gone on a killing spree in the last exam and got disqualified for it. As for the rest, Tunpa's gaze swept across the crowd, stopping on a few completely unfamiliar faces. Total newcomers. And some of them were shockingly young. Then, his eyes landed on a white-haired figure, and his heart nearly stopped. For a moment, he panicked, thinking it was him. But upon closer inspection, no black tattoos, different eyes, slightly different features, he exhaled in relief. Phew. For a second, he thought last year's walking disaster had returned. Thankfully, it wasn't him. Though. This new kid was about the same age as that guy. At a glance, it would be easy to mistake them for each other. But there was no way he would come back, he had already passed last year. Tunpa ignored the blinding white-haired newbie and shifted his focus back to a spiky-haired boy in green. That bright smile. Those clear, naive eyes. Ah, yes. That's my target this year. A fresh, clueless newbie. Let me, as your senior, teach you what the Hunter exam is really like. Yo, nice to meet you. I'm Tunpa. He cheerfully leaped down from the wall, extending a friendly greeting to the newcomers. Gon and his group, who had been silently scrutinized by other veteran examinees, were pleasantly surprised by Tunpa's warmth. Smiling, they shook his hand in return. The examiner, clad in a suit, landed gracefully from above. Clicking his pocket watch shut, he made a formal announcement. Registration is now closed. This year's examinees, 404. The first phase of the exam begins now. As the seemingly endless running test began, some examinees fell behind, while others tried to cheat by taking shortcuts. Mr. Tunpa, you must know a lot about these candidates, right? Gon asked, curious. It was always a good idea to understand one's opponents. Of course, Tunpa replied confidently. I recognize most of them. And a few are particularly dangerous. He began explaining. Candidate number 44, HxH the Magician. He took the exam last year and would have passed, but he attacked an examiner and indirectly caused the deaths of several other candidates. Because of that, he got disqualified. But there were two people who passed last year. Both were newcomers. Only two? Gon exclaimed in surprise. That's already amazing, Kurapika chimed in. On average, only one newcomer passes every 3 years. Suddenly, a white blur zipped past them, someone skating ahead on a hoverboard. Tunpa instinctively turned his head away, climbing up immediately. His mouth snapped shut. He wasn't talking anymore. Later, when Leorio and another examinee started falling behind, Tunpa pretended to be helpful. Acting like a good Samaritan, he led them toward a forest of sugi trees. These particular trees secreted a sweet-smelling sap, a scent that would trap anyone who inhaled it in powerful hallucinations. I've always liked the title Rookie Killer, he murmured, leaving the two paralyzed behind. Last year, he hadn't gotten the chance to target any rookies, because the rookies were terrifying. But this year, aside from that white-haired brat, the other newbies should be fair game. But not him. Tunpa didn't even want to look at him. He was doing everything in his power to avoid the white-haired brat, yet, after barely finishing his half-hearted trickery on Gon and Kurapika, he was blocked. Face to face with white hair and blue eyes, Tunpa felt his soul leave his body. A pained expression twisted his face. "I don't want to see this kid." Even his voice was eerily similar to that walking disaster from last year. So much so that, even when the newbie brat started making blatant threats, Tunpa didn't dare say a word. Instead, he silently shuffled away, hugging the wall, pretending he didn't exist. Last year had taught him a valuable lesson. Avoid white-haired, cocky little monsters at all costs. That thought was etched into his brain, and it only solidified further when Gon and the others escaped the hallucination-inducing Sugi tree trap. Tunpa offered them juice, trying to play it off, only for the white-haired brat to lazily take it from him instead. That casual, disdainful expression, that smirk. It threw him straight back to last year's exam. That time, he had played dead just to survive. Now, his instincts screamed at him to leave immediately. A shiver ran down Tunpa's spine. Tunpa seems kind of scared of Killua, doesn't he? Gon tilted his head, his animal-like instincts picking up on it. I think so too, Kurapika nodded in agreement. Every time he sees Killua, he just shuts up. Killua, do you know him? Gon asked curiously. Nope. With a single hand, the white-haired boy crushed the soda can flat, his tone blunt and uninterested. Ha! 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 Tunpa suddenly forced out an awkward laugh. A horrifying thought surfaced in his mind. This kid. Could he be related to that monster from last year? It's just. He looks like someone I know, that's all. Tunpa's smile strained as he tried to explain. Do you have any siblings? White-haired, blue-eyed, but with slightly different blue eyes and some black tattoos? His voice was uneasy, hesitant. If they were brothers, would he come looking for revenge? No. Killua blinked, pausing for a moment to mentally review his siblings. Yeah, no. None of his brothers had white hair, he was the only one. The rest all had black hair. Sometimes, he even found it a little disappointing. That's weird. They look so alike. Even their voices sound the same, Tunpa mumbled, utterly confused. Is this just some insane coincidence? How did I end up running into both of them? Someone looks like me. Killua seemed mildly intrigued by the idea of a person who resembled him enough to be mistaken as his brother. Not far away, a strange man covered in nails slowly tilted his head, his joints making a clicking noise. A person who resembled Killua. He had encountered someone like that before. Once, that person had even been his target. The thought made him instinctively glance toward a red-haired figure holding playing cards. That man's smile carried a faint sense of hunger, an almost predatory craving. As if he could turn feral at any second. They're at least 80% alike, Tunpa finally answered Killua. The guy I'm talking about was one of only 2 people who passed last year's exam. The other one? Some tag-along kid. Wouldn't have passed if not for him. His tone was full of disdain. People who only passed by clinging to others, Tunpa had no respect for them. That means the guy who looked like Killua must have been really strong. Gon's eyes widened, full of admiration. He even helped someone else pass. That's incredible. Is that so? Killua idly spun his skateboard with one hand, his expression indifferent. Judging by the difficulty of this year's exam, he highly doubted that guy was anything too special. But still. Someone who looked like him. That was definitely worth investigating. Chapter 102. Killua Zoldyck, Illumi Zoldyck, Hisoka Moro, Gon Freaks. These are the candidates the examination committee specifically requested to be closely monitored. Seer placed the received photos of the candidates on the table, one by one. Using a false identity to register for the hunter exam was forbidden. If caught, the registration would be void. So why was he able to register under a fake name? Well, because that fake name was the only identity he had ever used in this world. Meteor City residents only obtained an official identity once they left. Within Meteor City itself, no identification was ever needed. Who are you most interested in, sir? Mero glanced at the various faces in the photos before losing interest and turning his gaze away. No one in particular. But if I had to choose. Killua, I suppose. Seer picked up Killua's photo. It'd be fun if we ended up in the same frame, he mused, pressing the picture beside his own face with a small smile. Mero lowered his head as he stared at the expressionless, white-haired, blue-eyed boy in the photo. Why don't I have white hair and blue eyes? Rao. The tiger, now a year old, was no longer the tiny cub that could be easily carried around. At 2 meters long and weighing over 300 kilograms, it had lost all its former cuteness and now exuded an imposing presence. Despite this, it loved curling up beside Seer, half wrapping its massive body around him, resting its head on his lap while he absent-mindedly scratched its fur, deep, contented purring vibrating through its chest. I wanna go for a walk, it rumbled, large, pale blue eyes fixed on Seer. Right now. Below us is the wetlands, you know. Seer absent-mindedly ruffled the tiger's fur, using its body as a makeshift cushion. Milsey wetlands. Danger level aside, the place was filthy. A white-furred beast like this one would end up covered in muck in no time. Go ahead, Seer said casually, patting the tiger's head. But if you come back covered in dirt, don't bother returning. The tiger flicked its tail, stood up, and gave itself a vigorous shake, making its fur fluff up. After slipping on specially made shoes, it strode toward the open hatch of the airship. And jump. The invisible wind coiled beneath its paws, allowing it to glide effortlessly through the air. Roar! The moment it landed, the tiger let out a deafening roar, announcing its arrival. If it had roared like that on the airship, its owner would have kicked it off immediately for being too loud. So, naturally, it had to let loose while outside. The candidates trekking through the Numir wetlands froze, instinctively snapping their heads toward the direction of the sound. Then, they ran faster. Just by hearing it, they could tell. Another vicious beast had entered the area. Run. Run now. There wasn't a single creature here that was easy to deal with. The white tiger, its paws protected by boots, strolled through the swampy terrain at a leisurely pace. For it, manipulating the wind was as natural as breathing. The weaker creatures, moths, scavenger birds, were completely unable to get close. It was searching for its target. Every time it returned from a walk, it had a habit of bringing back a gift for its owner. Not necessarily an animal. Sometimes a unique plant it had never seen before. Sometimes something edible. Meanwhile, Tunpo was sprinting for his life, desperate to escape Hisoka, who had, just like last year, started slaughtering candidates left and right. Thick fog obscured the view. No path could be seen ahead. No people could be seen behind. It seemed that if one strayed too far, even voices would disappear into the mist. Tunpa had merely turned his head to check behind him, his pace never slowing. But when he turned forward again, a massive figure had appeared in his path. Tunpa came to an abrupt stop, nearly tripping over himself. The towering beast in front of him suddenly lowered its head, staring directly at him. The moment Tunpa recognized what kind of beast it was, his face went completely blank. A white-haired brat was bad enough. Now there's a white-haired beast too. And not just any white-haired beast. It had a white coat, black stripes, and blue eyes. Its entire presence screamed bad omen. Wait a minute. Could that white-haired demon actually be a beast in disguise? Was this its true form? Hey! Tunpa let out a bitter chuckle in his mind, already scrambling away without looking back. Nothing good ever comes from encountering white-haired beings. His entire life had been traumatized by them. He had only one thought left. Get that white hair away from me. Visca Forest Preserve, 12 p.m. Current number of candidates, 148. By the time the exhausted examinees finally made it past the wetlands, they arrived at the location for the second phase of the exam. But before they could even catch their breath, movement came from the forest behind them. A new figure emerged. Just like them, it had come from the Milsey wetlands. A beast. A beast followed us. Panic spread instantly as candidates shouted, pointing toward the massive white tiger stepping out of the trees. Weapons were immediately drawn. It's not attacking, Gon said, watching intently. He glanced at Kurapika and the others, who remained tense. The white tiger, wearing boots and dragging an oversized frog by its tail, sauntered toward the group at a leisurely pace. Every step it took forward, the candidates took one back. Then, with a loud creak, the doors behind them suddenly swung open from the inside. A blond man in a black suit stood in the doorway, his expression cold as his gaze fell upon the white tiger. Sora, you're too slow. The master is waiting. The tiger picked up its pace. Within the crowd, a red-haired man narrowed his eyes. The boy he had once deemed insignificant in last year's exam had changed. Significantly. He might just be a fruit worth plucking. The candidates hesitantly stepped inside, their eyes landing on the figures already seated in the room. A pink-haired woman lounged on an orange couch, wearing only a black sports bra beneath a fishnet crop top, her midriff exposed. Behind her sat an enormous man, built like a mountain, forced to sit on the floor because there was no chair big enough for him. And on the opposite side, a long black couch was occupied by a white-haired boy. Lying comfortably, a game console in his hands, he didn't even glance up. The blond man led the white tiger beside the couch, then stood motionless. The tiger curled up at the boy's side, its long tail winding around his wrist, as if it had a mind of its own. Then, the pink-haired woman finally spoke. We're the examiners for the second phase. I'm Menki. That's Buara. And that's Mero. Her tone was impatient, but she introduced them anyway. The candidates instantly noticed. The white-haired boy on the black couch had not been introduced. Who was he? Not an examiner? Not a candidate? Then why was he here? Killua's gaze fixed on the boy. Then he turned. Tunpa. His voice was calm, but his eyes were piercing. That guy you said looks like me. Is it him? Tunpa's face was ashen, looking like a corpse. His entire body trembled as he desperately tried to hide behind the crowd. Seeing someone that resembled the white-haired demon was bad enough. Seeing a beast that resembled him was even worse. But now, he was face to face with the real thing. As long as two of us three judges find your cooking delicious, you pass. Menki explained the rules flatly. Anyone who doesn't want to participate, you can leave now and eat your own damn food. We won't stop you. She waved them off, clearly uninterested in wasting time. Who is that guy? One of the candidates suddenly snapped, pointing at the white-haired boy on the couch. If he's not a candidate and he's not an examiner, why is he even here? They had fought tooth and nail to get here. So what gave him the right? I'm an observer. The boy, previously lying down, shifted his position, now half sitting, half reclining. He gave a lazy yawn and spoke softly. The kind that can give you extra points. Observer? There's such a thing? The candidates exchanged glances, some suspicious, some curious. Of course there is, the blonde examiner said firmly. As one of the three examiners, his words carried weight. And just like that, the candidates' attitudes toward the white-haired boy completely changed. Seer's lips curled into a smirk. One hand idly grasping Sora's tail, he studied the candidates before him. Then, he caught Hisoka's gaze. And without a word, he winked. His lips moved silently. But only Hisoka saw the message. Chapter 103. At first, when Hisoka laid eyes on his delicious little apple, he was in a great mood. After all, the little apple had visibly grown. Better, riper, more delicious than it had been a year ago. Until he read what the boy had mouthed to him. In that instant, Hisoka's expression crumbled. A dark, brooding aura of disappointment radiated off him. Looks like you've been working hard this past year to become a more valuable and capable adult. Very good. Very good. That one sentence alone dragged Hisoka back to the day he found those words carved into the tree a year ago. The feeling he had then was exactly the same as the one he had now. A strange, indescribable sensation that was almost exciting. But it was fine. He was very tolerant of his little apple. Even after receiving such a greeting, though his emotions felt a little complicated, he wasn't actually angry. I'm so hungry. I want a whole roast boar beast. Boara's stomach rumbled like thunder. His eyes were unfocused, his mind hazy from hunger. Minky pulled out a ceremonial gong and slammed it with a loud clang. For the first part of the second test, you will be cooking a whole roast boar. Before the candidates could even ask where to find such boars, the ground rumbled like an earthquake. A massive herd of black wild boars charged straight at them, trampling down trees and hurling unlucky candidates into the air. Those who weren't hit immediately turned and ran for their lives. This seems even easier than last year's test. Seer yawned, lazily stroking the big tiger beside him. To people who couldn't use Nen, it wasn't exactly easy. But still. Can they cook my hunt for me? The big tiger turned to look at its prey. A 3-meter-tall frog lying nearby. For who? Seer's lips twitched, his voice carrying subtle disbelief. It's my gift for you. The white-furred, black-striped tiger's voice carried an odd sense of pride. The bigger the prey, the stronger the hunter. And the more it proved its loyalty to its master. Smack! Seer raised his hand and slapped the tiger's head. His palm landed against its thick, armor-like fur. A hit like that didn't hurt at all. The tiger simply flicked its ears in response. Who the hell wants to eat a mutant giant frog? How could you even suggest making the master eat something like that? The blond man glared at the tiger, clearly offended. Just because the colors matched didn't mean it could act so spoiled. The master was far too indulgent with this tiger. The tiger lowered its head, ears drooping, looking wronged. But it didn't dare talk back. Instead, it let out a small whine and rubbed itself against Seer. As if it had forgotten that it wasn't a small cub anymore. At its current size, one of its heads alone could cover half of Seer's body. Enough with the cuddling. Marrow grabbed onto the tiger's hind leg, trying to pull it away. Sora, feeling mildly annoyed, kicked its leg. Its thick tail swung around and smacked Marrow right in the face. One human, one tiger. Both glaring at each other, ready to brawl. Meanwhile, candidates returning with their roasted boar saw the scene. And paused. Their expressions were difficult to describe. Was something wrong with their examiner? And that tiger? Minky and Boara, however, showed no reaction at all. Hunters having a few screws loose was normal. Even they had their own weird habits. No big deal. 70 candidates have passed the first stage. Minky slammed the golden gong again. Now, we move on to the second stage. She glanced at the blonde examiner, who was completely ignoring everything else, still wrestling with the tiger. Are you also that bounty devil's pet? Are you two fighting for his favor? Do you even know where you are right now? Palaisha. The pink-haired woman placed one hand on her hip and called out coldly. When the blonde youth introduced himself to them, he had said, "Call me Palaisha. Only my lord can say my name." And that white-haired boy, who had risen to fame over the past year as the so-called bounty devil, wasn't much different. At first, he had greeted them politely with a smile, but the moment after, he had turned away, lying on the couch and playing his game. As for that magical beast, it had ignored them completely from the moment it appeared. The arrogance was obvious in every little detail. Truly, like master, like pet. The blonde youth still paid them no attention. To him, setting challenges for the examinees was clearly far less important than competing with a beast for affection. The white-haired boy, seeming a little impatient with their argument, pressed his fingers against his brow and said coldly, "Quiet." Mero immediately stopped. Sora's tail froze midair before slowly, stiffly, lowering straight down. It then curled up obediently at Seer's feet, motionless. That was true authority. "It's your turn to give the challenge," Menki reminded, quietly evaluating the scene. Mero swept a cold gaze across the remaining examinees. After a moment, he retracted his eyes and said flatly, "Then my challenge will be Lion's Head." Lion's Head? Where the hell were they supposed to find a lion in the forest? A tiger's head might be more realistic. But even if there was one, there was no guarantee they could even take it down. Just the roasted whole pig had eliminated half of them. If a lion-type magical beast showed up, would they even make it to single digits? "You're deliberately making this impossible for us," one of the examinees protested angrily. But the red-haired man wasn't looking at the blonde examiner. Instead, his eyes were fixed on the white-haired boy beside him. Faced with Hisaka's blank, unreadable expression, Seer raised two fingers in a scissor gesture. After spending a year at Seer's side, Mero had become a fully competent chef. Seer had long since gotten tired of roasted meat, ramen, and omelets. He constantly craved traditional dishes. But since he was a complete disaster in the kitchen, Mero had been forced to become his personal chef. All Seer had to do was describe the general process, and Mero would stay up all night trying to perfect the dish. Sora, on the other hand, served as the garbage disposal for all the failed attempts. Only the successful ones made it to Seer's plate. That was just what a good underling was supposed to do. "Lion's head doesn't mean an actual lion's head," the white-haired boy said, pretending to be helpful. "Simply put, it's a meatball made by rolling fatty and lean meat together. The seasoning is the key." "Then can you tell us how to make the seasoning?" One of the examinees, thinking the white-haired boy was easy to talk to, pushed their luck and asked. Seer gave them a dazzling smile. Seeing the anticipation in their eyes, he kept smiling and said, "Nope." Watching the light of hope shatter in their gaze, his bright expression took on a hint of mischief. Well, he had already given them a hint. The rest was up to their own efforts. Feeling quite pleased with himself, Seer patted the tiger's head, convinced he had just done a good deed. What a kind-hearted person he was. With that hint in hand, the crowd of examinees scrambled out to find ingredients. Meatballs made from a mix of fat and lean meat, how hard could that be? And since Boara had previously accepted everything, praising it as delicious no matter how it tasted, they were full of confidence. They believed that as long as they made something, they would pass with ease. Until they all returned, brimming with confidence, each presenting their meatballs to the blonde examiner. And after taking a single bite from each dish, the examiner coldly, without a second of hesitation, gave his verdict. Not qualified. 70 resounding declarations of failure. The examinees' expressions turned identically grim. Not a single one had passed the blonde examiner's judgment. A complete contrast to the easygoing Boara from before. Chapter 104. The group of examinees was clearly struggling to accept their complete failure. The murmurs of discussion grew louder. Back in the previous exam, when Seer had been told he failed as a candidate, he hadn't been happy about it either, so he could understand how they felt. But compared to the examiner from last year, who wouldn't even take a single bite before declaring people unqualified, Mero was at least being responsible. After eating 70 different sized meatballs, he had to run to the back and force himself to throw up. That alone was proof of how terrible some of them must have tasted. Relax. Boara is in charge of screening. You 70 still have one more chance, Seer said nonchalantly, trying to calm the restless crowd. I told you from the start, right? As long as 2 of the 3 examiners find the food tasty, you pass. Just get Menki to approve you, and you'll be fine. He casually pointed toward Menki, instantly making her the beacon of hope in the examinee's eyes. My test is sushi, specifically nigiri sushi, the pink-haired woman declared proudly under everyone's gaze. A group of examinees who had never even heard of lion's head meatballs naturally had no idea what sushi was either. They fell into deep thought. Did they really have to take this test? Did these examiners have to choose things no one had ever heard of? How were they supposed to survive this? No wonder the Hunter exam had such a low pass rate every year, it was all because of examiners like this. Kurapika, recalling what he had read in books, mentioned that sushi involved fish. At that, the examinees immediately rushed out of the room, eager to catch some. Only 3 people remained behind. You. What's your name? Killua stood still, and after the others had all left, he finally stepped forward to stand before the other white-haired boy. He was genuinely curious. The moment he saw the other person, he had a strange feeling. And now he understood why Tunpa's attitude had been so weird. They really did look alike. There were plenty of small details that were different, but overall, their resemblance was uncanny. It gave an almost overwhelming sense of déjà vu. Seer. And I know you, Killua. The other boy, also white-haired and blue-eyed, but marked with black tattoos, stood up. He was a bit taller than Killua, probably around 170 centimeters, and seemed older, maybe 13 or 14. Killua's eyes were a deep ocean blue, while Seer's eyes were a blend of different shades of blue, like an endless sky stretching beyond sight, reflecting galaxies and drifting clouds. You know me? Killua was surprised. He had spent most of his life in the Zoldyck estate, rarely going outside. How could this guy possibly know him? Have you ever heard of the cursed twins? Seer sighed dramatically, as if telling a tragic tale. If twins are born, one of them must be abandoned. Otherwise, neither will survive. Twins are an omen of misfortune. He placed a hand on Killua's shoulder, his voice slow and deliberate. It's been a long time, Killua. He gazed at him as if they were long-lost siblings, a flicker of joy in his eyes at their supposed reunion. I don't know him. Killua was absolutely certain. But the eerie sense of familiarity, the way Seer acted so naturally close to him, and that whole twin claim, it all made a ridiculous thought pop into his head. Could he and Seer actually be twin brothers? But this guy looked older than him. Shouldn't twins be the same age? Still, they really did look alike. Even the voice. There's no way 2 unrelated people could resemble each other this much. It was practically a miracle. Off to the side, a silent figure, actually a Lumi Zoldyck in disguise as a needle-faced stranger, turned his head with a stiff crack, staring at the 2 white-haired boys in silence. Hisoka, who knew the truth about Seer's identity, also glanced at the needle-faced stranger. Could the little apple he had his eye on really be little Ilu's brother? But hadn't Illumi previously taken an assassination contract on him? Could it be that even Illumi didn't know about this abandoned Zoldyck child, lost to the outside world? Illumi was also deep in thought. Had their parents actually given birth to twins and discarded one? If anyone else had said this, even the Zoldyck family's dogs wouldn't have believed it. But the one saying it was that boy. Standing next to Killua, he truly looked more like a sibling to him than anyone else. The credibility of the claim skyrocketed in an instant. The scene fell into complete silence. Menki and Buara, like eager spectators waiting for the drama to unfold, leaned in expectantly. But to their disappointment, the conversation didn't continue. "All right, chat time is over. You guys should go gather ingredients, or you'll fail the exam," Seer said, patting Killua's head and nudging him toward the door. At the same time, he also gave a reminder glance to Hisoka and the needle-faced stranger. Killua turned back 3 times with every step he took. Seer stood at the door and waved. "Bye-bye." Only when Killua was out of sight did he finally return to the couch. The very next second, he buried his face in the big cat's fur, shaking with laughter. Clearly, Killua and Illumi weren't the only ones thrown off by his cryptic words. "M'lord, are you really his brother? Were you abandoned while he was kept?" Mero's voice trembled with disbelief and barely contained rage. What a short-sighted family. To abandon his lord while keeping that guy, so much for the Zoldyck's reputation. Seer's shoulders shook even harder. "What kind of nonsense are you imagining?" The white-haired boy covered the lower half of his face, tears of laughter welling up in his eyes. Mero blinked blankly. "But, my lord, you said you were twins." "Oh, I was just messing around. It's an old legend, I wanted to see if they'd heard of it." Seer waved a hand dismissively. "Then, what about long time no see?" Buara asked slowly, his forehead practically covered in question marks. "Well, I have seen him before. About 2 or 3 years ago," Seer replied matter-of-factly. "Sure, it was through a screen, seeing the other as a 2D character, but wasn't that still a long time no see? Do you realize we almost believed you were actually a Zoldyck?" Menki deadpanned. The fact that 2 Zoldyck members had infiltrated the Hunter exam was something the examiners were well aware of. If one of the examiners also turned out to be a Zoldyck, Menki wouldn't be able to hold back her complaints. "Are you guys giving up on being assassins? Planning to become hunters now instead?" "You're overthinking it," Seer waved a hand, wiping away the tears from laughing too hard. "What?" Everyone had misunderstood his words. "So what? That was exactly what he intended. His last name was fabricated anyway, changing it to Zoldyck wouldn't make much difference. So it wasn't real." Mero silently let go of his resentment toward the Zoldyck family. Of course, something like that could never happen to his lord. Even if the Zoldycks had to abandon one child, it would never have been Seer. When the group of examinees returned with their freshly caught fish, they were met with a relaxed scene, the examiners chatting and laughing together. "No problem, the examiners are in a good mood. We found the ingredients. This round should be a breeze." Their confidence lasted for exactly 1 hour before it was shattered again. "I'm full and don't feel like eating anymore, so this time, the result is, everyone fails." The pink-haired woman sat on the couch and casually announced her decision. Then, quite seriously, she called the examination committee to inform them. With a loud bang, an enraged examinee smashed the cooking station with a single punch. They needed a reasonable explanation, not an arbitrary rejection. So Menki decided to make sure they fully understood their failure. Yet, even an hour later, the examinees were still unsatisfied with her reasoning. They had no interest in becoming gourmet hunters and refused to accept a purely subjective judgment. Menki, however, had no patience left for them. She grabbed Buara and prepared to leave. The fight between examiners and examinees was about to break out. "Ah. They've started fighting," Seer muttered while answering a call, describing the scene lazily. Since Menki had turned off her phone, the committee had called him instead. "Huh? You want me to stop them?" Seer glanced at the rebelling examinees attacking Menki and Boara, sounding utterly bored. For some reason, no one had thought to attack him. Maybe because he hadn't spoken much, or perhaps because all the animosity was directed at Menki and Boara, leaving no one free to bother him. "If I get involved, they'll probably all end up dead," the white-haired boy drawled. The person on the other end said something. "Fine, whatever." He clicked his tongue in mild annoyance. "Mero, Sora, shut them up." Seer gave the order lightly. The next second, the room's temperature plummeted. Frost spread across the walls. A deafening roar tore through the space. The wind howled, carrying icy shards like a sudden winter storm. The examinees clutched their ears, their minds going blank as the tiger's roar tore through their consciousness. Their eardrums seemed to rupture, leaving them deaf to all other sounds. For a moment, absolute silence fell upon the room. Chapter 105. Sitting by the river, idly tossing stones in frustration over his failed dish, Hisoka suddenly heard the roar of a tiger from the exam site. That tiger was probably Little Apple's pet, right? Did someone piss him off and make him take action? Hisoka stood up and made his way toward the examination hall. When he arrived, the scene before him was utter chaos. Unconscious bodies sprawled across the floor, with only a few examinees still standing. The moment he stepped into the room, a biting chill hit him. Frost still clung to the walls, unmelted icicles dangling from the ceiling. On a black sofa, the white-haired boy lounged lazily. He leaned forward slightly, one hand resting on the massive tiger's head, the other propping up his face. "Have you all calmed down now?" His tone was bored, as if the chaos before him was nothing more than an inconvenience. The dark markings on his face gave him an air of mysterious danger. "Menki, Chairman Netero asked me to relay 2 questions to you," he said, looking toward the pink-haired woman, whose face still held traces of frustration. "First, what exactly is being tested in this round?" He raised a single finger, his tone casual. Menki froze. "Second, on what grounds are the examinees being disqualified?" He raised a second finger. "If you can provide an answer that convinces everyone, then as you said, they all fail. But if your explanation doesn't hold up, then your decision is void. If you have any objections, take it up with Chairman Netero. I'm just the messenger, seriously." As he muttered that last part, his expression darkened with impatience. "You should know by now, Mero and I have dealt with a similar situation before, haven't we? If I were the one facing such a stubborn examiner." Seer smirked, letting out a quiet scoff. "And Hisoka, dial back your bloodlust. You don't want Menki making more rash decisions because of you, do you?" His gaze flickered toward the magician, his words carrying a sense of familiarity. Hisoka's lips curled into an amused smile. He arched an eyebrow but, surprisingly, withdrew his oppressive aura. "Thank goodness, he's on our side," Tunpa exaggeratedly sighed in relief. "Mr. Tunpa, who is he, exactly?" Gon asked curiously, his eyes filled with questions. Despite looking only a year or 2 older than them, Seer was seated among the examiners, watching their test unfold like it had nothing to do with him. And one of the examiners treated him with an almost reverent respect. "He and that blonde examiner over there, those are the 2 who passed the exam last year." "The only 2, Tunpa explained, shaking his head with emotion. "Last year, we also had an unreasonable examiner. Wouldn't even taste our food before failing us." "And? What happened? How did they pass?" Killua asked, his gaze locked onto Seer. "For some reason, he just couldn't ignore this guy. There was something so familiar about him, closer than family, even. It didn't make any sense, but the feeling was undeniable. Well. Tunpa hesitated, stealing a quick glance at Seer. Just like this year's examinees, he took matters into his own hands. But unlike us, he was strong, far stronger. He took down all 3 examiners, stomped on their heads, and forced them to eat every single piece of food they had knocked over, bite by bite. And then he told them that if they dared to fail him or revoke his qualification, he'd kill them on the spot. Tunpa exaggerated the story, expecting his audience to be horrified. But instead, "That's so cool." Gon's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Nice work." Killua's tone was full of admiration. A year ago, he was the same age as Gon and Killua are now, right? "That's pretty impressive," Kurapika analyzed seriously, nodding in agreement. The surrounding examinees who had overheard the conversation also looked surprised and impressed. A test-taker had challenged the examiners, an act of defiance against authority, and actually succeeded. Since he had gone through the same thing, it meant he was on their side. Somehow, the white-haired boy's favorability skyrocketed among the group. Tunpa, on the other hand, looked utterly disappointed. These guys. Why weren't they scared along with him? That guy was just as much of a lunatic as Hisoka, one wrong word and boom. "Menki, have you figured out your answer yet? I'm hungry." Seer spoke lazily. The exam had started at noon, and now it was nearing dinner time. If he didn't get his dinner, he would get mad. "Menki, hurry up and decide. Don't waste the Lord's dinner time." Mero was even more anxious than Seer himself, urging her impatiently. Without Hisoka's taunting bloodlust pressuring her, and with the chill in the air cooling her head, Menki finally calmed down. She began reflecting on her own decision. This phase of the exam was meant to test the examinees' observation skills and willingness to challenge the unknown. But she had let their dismissive attitude toward cooking, the exposure of sushi-making techniques, her own overfilled stomach, and Hisoka's occasional bursts of killing intent push her into an irrational judgment. "Yeah. I was too impulsive in declaring everyone unqualified," Menki admitted dejectedly. "I don't deserve to be an examiner anymore." She was about to voluntarily step down. "You could just redo it." Seer cut her off. "The 3rd phase doesn't have a strict time limit. Just move to a new location, change the task, and do it over. If they think cooking itself isn't important, then pick a task that actually tests their skills. Some ingredients are tough to acquire, aren't they? My airship is available, you can use it to take them to a new site." The white-haired boy stood up and walked toward the door. "Decide where you're going fast. It's almost dinner time." As he passed by Menki, he casually reminded her, "The committee never said they'd strip you of your examiner title. And personally, I think the fact that you can acknowledge your mistakes toward the weaker ones is already commendable." Walking toward the light, his figure seemed to merge with it. Behind him, a golden-haired young man and a white tiger followed closely. "Then, let's go there." Menki's expression brightened as she pointed to a distant, barely visible mountain peak. "The new task, boiled eggs," she announced with enthusiasm. "Yes." The examinees, thrilled by their second chance, erupted into cheers. "Thank you." Gon approached Seer, his voice full of sincerity. "It has nothing to do with me, I was just relaying a message." The white-haired boy waved him off, indifferent to the gratitude. "And I don't think Menki was wrong. After all, the strong have the right to be willful." He smiled lightly. If Netero hadn't called, he wouldn't have bothered interfering at all. He had been in this world for over 2 years now, he'd already forgotten most of the original storyline. But with the protagonist group involved, there was no way the exam would just end in failure. "But Mr. Tunpa said that last year you also," Gon tilted his head in curiosity. "Last year?" Seer replied matter-of-factly. That's because I was stronger than the examiners. So I got to be willful. They didn't get to be willful in front of me. His voice was calm, his face showing no trace of arrogance or defiance, just a simple statement of fact, as if it were an unchangeable rule of nature. Gon fell into deep thought after hearing that. But among you, some of you also have more right to be willful than Menki does. Seer's gaze flickered toward the nailhead man and Hisoka. For them, killing an examiner wouldn't even be difficult. Oh? Killua sounded intrigued. All right, get on the airship. If we keep talking, I'll start charging you. Seer pushed them toward the cabin doors. Huh? Talking costs money now. Killua fluffed up like an offended cat. Keep talking, and I'll start charging you airship fare. Seer's tone was casual. Killua opened his mouth to argue. Leorio suddenly clamped a hand over Killua's mouth, preventing him from speaking further. He was broke. He couldn't afford to risk it. Chapter 106. A group of examinees trickled into the private airship. Mero led them into the training room. You'll be here for the next hour. It's best if you don't wander around. Oh, and no fighting on the ship. If you break anything, you'll have to pay 10 times the original price. Then he added, almost as an afterthought, by the way, the Lord said you few can move around as you like. He pointed at a select few. The nailhead man, Hisoka, Killua, Gon, Kurapika, and Leorio. Gon looked surprised. Killua's expression was more complicated. The rest of the examinees, however, were visibly displeased. Why do they get special treatment? It was blatant favoritism, and blatant favoritism always bred resentment. But fairness was never absolute in this world. If you don't like it, you're free to leave now and make your own way there. Mero's tone was indifferent, cold. At that, everyone shut up. Make their own way. The airship itself needed an hour to get there. Running there wasn't just exhausting, it was impossible to arrive in time. After issuing the warning, Mero left the training room. An hour later, the ship arrived at the destination. A canyon where grapevine spider birds built their nests and laid their eggs. The task was simple: retrieve an egg and boil it. The challenge? To get the eggs, one had to jump off the canyon and move along the spider webs. If someone lacked the skill or strength, they'd plummet straight down into the river below, where they'd be swept away to the ocean. For an average person, this meant a 99.9% chance of death. Those confident in their abilities jumped immediately after Menki finished explaining. Those who weren't confident but had too much pride to admit it, clenched their teeth and followed suit. In the end, 42 candidates passed. The second exam is officially complete. Menki let out a relieved sigh. The rest is up to you and Lipo. Her attitude toward Seer had visibly improved. Like Seer, Lipo was also a bounty hunter. The two of them would serve as examiners for the upcoming phases. As for that observer nonsense Seer had mentioned earlier, he'd made that up on the spot. Clap, clap. Seer clapped his hands, drawing the examinees' attention. If you failed, wait here for the committee to escort you out. If you passed, get on the airship. The next phase will begin at the third exam site, which we should reach by 8 a.m. tomorrow. He leaned lazily against the airship, raising an eyebrow as he spoke. The successful candidates cheered and rushed on board, while the ones who failed stayed behind, looking dejected. Logically, Seer should have boarded the ship as well, signaling for takeoff. Instead, he remained seated on the white tiger's back, arms crossed, speaking in an unhurried tone. Are you coming out on your own, or do I have to drag you out and break your legs? The remaining candidates instinctively turned toward the airship. 3, 2. Seer started counting lazily. Before he could reach 1, a cloaked figure emerged from the top of the airship. Examinee number 111, a woman with black hair and green eyes. Seeing that the woman had come down, Seer stopped counting. Failed candidates aren't allowed on the airship. Be sensible and don't add to my workload. He turned to leave, but candidate 111 suddenly shouted in anger, I need to get on and kill that Zoldyck brat. There was more than one Zoldyck on the ship. If she was after Killua, well, at least he had a decent temper and might not kill her outright. But if she went after the other one, Illumi wouldn't mind adding another body to his count. Seer paused, then turned back, giving her a very fair chance at deciding her own fate. All right. Which one? What do you mean? She frowned, confused. I mean, there's more than one Zoldyck on that ship. Which one are you after? Or do you want them both? Seer asked patiently. The woman fell silent. More than one Zoldyck assassin? If she went after both, she'd be dead for sure. But if she had to pick, how was she supposed to choose? Of course, you could always pick me. Seer stroked his chin, offering a new idea. If she was dead set on picking a fight, it was his job as an examiner to intervene. So if she really wanted an opponent, why not him? You're a Zoldyck? The woman's eyes widened. Then, suddenly, it clicked. If this guy was from the Zoldyck family, then that other one, the one who looked practically identical to him, must be a Zoldyck too. She clearly had no chance against Seer, but that other one, candidate 99, was worth a shot. I want to see number 99, she declared. This woman was completely mistaken. Well, not that it mattered. Whenever he and Killua were in the same place, people always assumed they were family. They looked too much alike. Seer didn't care either way. Letting people believe it was far more entertaining. Of course, he knew for certain he wasn't a Zoldyck. Why? Simple. Because he had transmigrated here. This body was his own. Back in his original world, he had been stabbed, a blade buried deep in his heart. When the system pulled him into this world, he was already on the brink of death. It repaired and optimized his body. Or rather, modified it. The first thing he did after transmigrating? Rip the knife out of his own chest. Honestly, that hurt even more than getting stabbed in the first place. Shaking off those thoughts, Seer waved at Marrow. Go get Killua. There was no way he was going to fetch the kid himself. Neither Killua nor this woman was worth that kind of effort. Killua arrived quickly, hands stuffed in his pockets, looking as cocky as ever. What? He asked, stopping in front of Seer. Pretty sure someone in her family got killed by a Zoldyck. She was hiding on the ship for revenge. I figured I'd give you two a nice little face-to-face moment. As he spoke, Seer casually shoved Killua toward candidate 111. All right, good luck. He raised a hand in a half-hearted gesture of encouragement, then turned to the woman with a tone so insincere it was almost mocking. Do your best. Losing interest in the scene, Seer turned and headed back onto the airship. 10 minutes later, Killua boarded as well, his face completely blank. As for the woman who had been screaming for revenge, she was now sobbing as if she'd been utterly crushed, stumbling away with the other failed candidates, completely devastated. She had lost all will to seek vengeance. Her carefully polished, self-righteous version of the past had been shattered. She was forced to accept the truth, that her father was not a good person. That was why the one who hated him had hired the Zoldycks to eliminate him. As Killua stepped onto the ship, the first thing he saw was a familiar figure leaning against the hallway window. Do you really believe that every person an assassin kills deserves to die? The voice was lazy, indifferent. The other white-haired boy lifted his chin slightly, pale eyes gazing at him through half-lidded eyes. But the rumor was clear, Zoldycks would kill anyone, as long as they were paid. Your family once received a contract to kill me too, you know. Do you think I deserved to die, Killua? Seer sighed, his voice heavy with something unreadable. Killua had no idea how to respond. If Seer really was a Zoldyck, but had been abandoned at birth for some reason, and then their own family had been hired to kill him later on. What kind of messed up fate was that? No matter how he answered, it felt like he'd be saying the wrong thing. Yeah. He was definitely going to ask his dad about this when he got home. But before Killua could say anything, Seer was already gone. He had vanished before an answer could be given. Just around the hallway corner, Seer stifled a laugh. Good thing he left fast, any later, and he would have completely broken character. Chapter 107. The location for the third phase of the exam was a towering stone structure. Cold and rigid, the building bore the marks of wind and rain, as though it had stood in the forest for countless years. At the very top of the tower was a wide platform. Large stone slabs were seamlessly fitted together, leaving no visible way down. There were no doors, no windows, no sign of any entrance or exit. The airship hovered above the platform, and after the examinees disembarked, Seer followed them out as well. This is the site of your third exam. Your task is simple: find a way down within the time limit. The white-haired boy stood at the airship's door, speaking through a small megaphone as he explained the rules. Sounds easy, doesn't it? Well. He smiled, drawing out the last syllable as if he were about to reveal some secret twist. The examinees tensed, waiting for the catch. Then. It actually is pretty easy. Good luck. Ignoring their stunned expressions, Seer added casually, "Oh, and by the way, once you pass this phase, you'll get to enjoy a little vacation." He lowered the megaphone, turned around, and boarded the airship without another word. The candidates watched the ship fly off, then immediately got to work examining the stone slabs. Some, believing themselves clever, decided to take what they thought was a shortcut, climbing down by hand. However, halfway down, a flock of large, strange-looking birds came swooping in from the distance. By the time the climbers noticed, it was too late. Unable to go up or down, they were snatched up midair and carried away like prey. Strangely enough, the birds ignored the candidates still standing on the platform, never once getting close. "Looks like the way down really is on the platform," Kurapika murmured, pressing a hand against the stone. The moment the first examinee triggered a mechanism and fell through, the rest quickly followed, each discovering a different way inside. Meanwhile, the airship that had supposedly left was still hovering nearby. And the people who had supposedly left were already inside the tower. Inside the control room sat Lipo, a bounty hunter with an odd hairstyle and a pair of orange sunglasses. He was also the warden of this place, Trap Tower Prison. And the one in charge of this phase of the exam. Dozens of monitors surrounded him, each displaying different parts of the tower. Faces of examinees flickered across the screens, their every move visible from this room. The tower contained multiple passageways, each filled with different traps. Some examinees found themselves alone, while others had teammates, but those teammates weren't always allies. Hisako was among the loners. The red-haired man now stood in a standoff against a scar-faced prisoner. "He looks familiar." Seer casually pulled up a chair, sitting next to Lipo as he stared at the screen with mild curiosity. "He was an examiner last year," Lipo said between bites of a chocolate biscuit. Meaning he had been part of Seer's exam. Only a year had passed, and this kid already forgot. Oh? A former examiner turned prisoner? Seer started clapping slowly. He wasn't sure what had happened, but it was definitely worth celebrating. "That guy volunteered," Lipo explained. "He heard Hisako was taking the exam again, so he came here to get revenge." Of course, that wasn't the whole story. He wasn't just after Hisaka. He also wanted revenge on the white-haired boy sitting right beside him. After all, both of them had completely humiliated him last year. Lippo and Hoshi had only a passing acquaintance. They weren't close, nor did Lippo have any intention of talking him out of his plan. Instead, he even cooperated by placing him in Hisaka's path. "You're only after Hisaka?" Seer asked with a smirk. Logically, he should have been on Hutoshi's revenge list as well. Lippo simply smiled and said nothing. The only sound in the room was the crunch of his biscuit. On the screen, the standoff continued, until Hoshi exposed everything himself. "I've trained relentlessly for a whole year. I'm much stronger than before. First, I'll kill you. Then, I'll take care of that white-haired brat," Hoshi declared, his voice filled with hatred and confidence. He knew that Brat had become an examiner this year. He also knew there was a good chance the guy was watching him right now. But he didn't care. No, he wanted them to hear it. He needed them to know the rage he had bottled up over the past year. The humiliation of being crushed under a kid's foot. The burning resentment of being dismissed as nothing by Hisaka. That was the fuel that had driven him to train day and night. "Is that so? Well then, let's see how much you've improved." Hisaka tilted his head, intrigued, standing completely still as he waited to be impressed. That same attitude, utterly disregarding him, as if he weren't even a threat. Fury twisted Hoshi's expression as he unsheathed his weapons. "Behold. The ultimate technique I've mastered through a year of relentless training, infinite four-blade style." Crunch. Seer took a bite of the biscuit he'd swiped from Lippo. And suddenly, he remembered. That unlucky guy, the one whose head he had once stepped on. A year ago, wasn't this guy using a dual-blade style? Now he's up to 4. He shook his head. Don't tell me he thinks more blades automatically make him stronger. His face practically screamed, this guy's hopeless. A true master could break through 1,000 techniques with just one blade. The flashier the moves, the weaker they usually were. Unless someone had the talent, the memory, and the sheer processing power to learn countless techniques while maintaining mastery. More variety just meant less proficiency. He's lost his way, Lippo commented. Blinded by vengeance. He's too far gone now. Nothing will get through to him. A full year had passed, and yet. You've become even more boring. Hisaka casually snatched one of Hoshi's blades, twirling it in his fingers. And in the next instant, he flawlessly replicated the infinite four-blade style that Hoshi had spent a year perfecting. Looks like not all fruit gets sweeter with time. There are also those that rot, just like you, Hisaka remarked, utterly disinterested. As Hoshi's face twisted in shock and devastation, Hisaka ended his life. It was precisely because of these rotten fruits that the ones growing sweeter and more exquisite stood out as truly precious. Hum hum hum. The red-haired man licked his lips with his tongue, a smirk curling at the edges, and continued forward. Seer took a sip of his soda. Hisaka will definitely be the first to clear this stage, he stated calmly. The strength gap between those two and the rest of the candidates is just too big. They could easily be examiners themselves, Lippo said, pointing at the screen displaying the red-haired man, then at the one showing the nail-covered guy. That was why things had turned out this way. Hisaka breezed through the stage, securing first place. The nail-covered guy followed as the second. And the bald ninja took third. Have you decided on the next stage's test? Lippo casually asked the boy beside him. The examiner for the 4th phase. The youngest one-star bounty hunter in the Hunter Association. The infamous bounty demon who had made a name for himself over the past year. I guess so, Seer blinked lazily, his tone perfunctory. From what little he could recall of the original story, there was supposed to be a phase where contestants stole each other's number badges. Since no examiner had used that format yet, he might as well go with it. Why bother coming up with something new? Just keep an eye on the candidates' attitudes, Lipo advised. After all, Seer looked too young. Some of the examinees might not take him seriously. He had no idea what had already transpired in the earlier stages. If he had, he wouldn't have given that warning. Chapter 108. With less than an hour left until the exam ended, one of the screens showed the candidates making an unexpected move. Director. They're cheating. How can they do this? They're destroying the walls. One of the prison staff members shouted in alarm. Seems like a perfectly reasonable decision to me. Seer cast an indifferent glance at the staff, or rather, the prisoners. Breaking down walls to take a shortcut, how was that against the rules? Nowhere in the exam regulations did it say destruction wasn't allowed. But. The group stammered for a while but couldn't come up with a solid argument. Rather than being unable to articulate it, they inexplicably felt too intimidated to argue. Thinking outside the box, breaking conventional limits, now that is interesting, Lipo remarked with appreciation. With that, everyone else fell silent. After all, Lipo was the examiner. His word was final. Thanks to that bold strategy, Gon and the others, who were originally running out of time, managed to pass the exam at the very last second. The doors of the trick tower swung open. Get the committee to send us a ship, Seer suddenly remembered as he got up, instructing Marrow. Understood, sir. Marrow nodded and stepped aside to call the exam commission. The Hunter Exam Commission, an organization dedicated to managing logistics for the Hunter Association. Their chairman was also Netero. I swear, if I have to stay on the damn airship any longer, I'm going to hurl, Seer muttered, stretching his limbs to loosen up his stiff muscles. No surprise there. He had been sitting here for 3 days and nights watching other people take exams. Of course, he felt stiff. I'm outta here. Without looking back, he casually waved a hand at Lipo and left the trick tower. Meanwhile, the candidates who had just emerged were quickly tricked by Lipo into boarding a ship, taking them to their so-called vacation destination. Are we really getting a break? Leorio asked, full of skepticism. Could this actually be the 4th exam? Kurapika stroked his chin thoughtfully. Carrying the same doubts, the group boarded the ship, which brought them to Battleship Island. Battleship Island. The waters surrounding the small island were littered with sunken and stranded ships. The only available lodging was a shipwreck and run by an elderly couple. The 4th exam will take place on Zeviru Island in 3 days. Until then, feel free to rest here, the elderly couple informed them. After spending days on high alert, the candidates were relieved and happy to hear this. Rest and recovery meant they could perform better in the next test. At least, that was what they thought, right up until the elderly couple extended their hands and asked for payment. One glance at the price, and the entire group screamed in horror. That expensive? Are you robbing us? 10 million, just as a deposit? This is worse than robbery. Where the hell are we supposed to get that kind of money? Accusations flew left and right, but the elderly couple remained firm. They wouldn't let them stay for free. However, they did offer a solution. Treasure hunting. Most of the sunken ships were merchant vessels, filled with all kinds of cargo. While much of it had rotted or lost its value, some items could still serve as room payment. All they had to do was dive down and retrieve them. Believing the elderly couple, the candidates plunged into the sea, hunting for treasure until they finally gathered enough for their lodging fees. However, on the very night they paid, as they lay in bed at the shipwreck inn, they heard the sound of an airship. Panicked, they rushed outside to check, only to find the elderly couple had vanished without a trace. The elderly couple left no messages, no clues, and no way to leave the island. Everyone was stranded. To make things worse, a storm was coming. The rain and ocean tornadoes could wipe them all out. I knew it. Never trust something called a vacation, Tunpa muttered in despair. He had taken the exam so many times and never once heard of an actual break. Of course, something had to go wrong. They had definitely been scammed. We need to figure out how to survive this and get to Zeviru Island, Kurapika said. The next exam was about to begin. If they didn't make it in time, they'd be disqualified. If we don't work together, none of us will pass. Gon called out. Driven by survival, the candidates started cooperating. 28 people passed the third exam, huh? Seer read the message from Lipo. The Trick Tower and Battleship Island were both part of the third stage. Made sense. Running a prison must have given the guy plenty of ideas. Judging by the time, they should be here soon. What's taking them so long? Sitting on the deck, Seer cast his fishing line into the water. After waiting a while, a battered-looking warship appeared. The moment he saw it, he understood how they passed. Not a bad use of junk, he muttered, standing up and leaning on the railing. The people on board looked exhausted. As Seer noticed them, they noticed him. Hey! Isn't that the examiner from the second stage? And that so-called observer? Are they involved in this part too? The three brothers whispered among themselves. That guy said he could give us extra points, but I never saw him do anything, the bald ninja scoffed. What was up with that bonus points claim anyway? What use could some kid that young even have? Someone else muttered. The two ships met. The exhausted candidates got off, guided onto another ship by a blond young man. You sure took your time, Seer said, yawning from his spot on the railing. But congrats on passing. Welcome to the next stage. I'm the examiner for this round. What? Examiner? Wait, this kid was the examiner? What the hell was the Hunter Association thinking? Wait, weren't you the observer? Leorio asked, stunned. Oh, that? Seer chuckled, covering his mouth with one hand while waving the other. I just made that up to mess with you. You actually believed it? When have you ever heard of an observer in the exam? Damn it, you examiners are all liars. Leorio gritted his teeth. This was the same guy who told them there was a vacation. A complete scam. I said it before, didn't I? That blonde guy only passed by clinging to someone powerful. If even a freeloader like him can be an examiner, then why wouldn't the guy he clung to be one? Tunpa lifted his chin smugly. He was the only one who saw through the truth. Everyone else was just blind. Are you sure you're really an examiner? Or is this another lie? Leorio suddenly asked. Several candidates exchanged skeptical glances. Lie too much, and people stop believing you. Think whatever you want, Seer shrugged, looking completely unbothered. If you don't believe me, you can always sit this one out and wait for your real examiner to show up. But none of them dared to actually opt out. They couldn't tell what was real and what was fake anymore. But either way, the safest bet was to keep going. At worst, they'd get tricked and exhausted. But if they backed out and it turned out to be real, they'd fail the exam. They had come too far to quit now. All right, time for the draw. Seer cut off the chatter and got to business. A blond young man rolled out a box with an opening on top. Let's see. We'll go in the order you cleared the trick tower, Seer decided. Hisoka, you're first. He gestured for the red-haired man to step forward. Hisoka reached in and pulled out a slip. Then came the nail guy, the bald ninja. One by one, each candidate took their turn. Each of you has a number on your slip, Moro explained coldly. That number belongs to your target. In the next week, you must take their badge. The candidates immediately tensed, clutching their own badges and hiding them away. Of course, Seer continued, still smiling, if you can't get your targets, you can always take someone else's instead. Let's say a target's badge is worth 3 points. Your own badge is also worth 3. Any other badge is 1 point each. As long as you reach 6 points, you pass. Honestly, 28 people is still way too many. If we let this many pass, a hunter license would lose all its value. So, do me a favor and work hard to eliminate each other, alright? His smile was full of bright, open malice. Chapter 109. The ocean looked like a sheet of emerald jade, reflecting the sunlight. The shimmering waves sparkled like countless diamonds, and the white foam looked like bubbles from a little mermaid's final moments. Plop! A glass bead fell into the water, breaking the surface's tranquility. A young man sat at the bow of the ship, propping his chin up with one hand. His snow-white hair, now slightly longer, caught the sunlight, adding a warm glow to its strands. His bangs had grown past his brows, and the black curse mark on his crown faintly showed through. 1 week was too long. I should have just made it 3 days. He didn't even know why he blurted out 1 week in the first place. He was surprised at his own patience. Drifting at sea for an entire week, surviving only on freshly caught seafood, every fish here was at least a meter long, and the meat was delicious. Which meant he spent the entire week in an endless cycle of allergy, meds, allergy, meds. No matter how much he liked seafood, eating it for a whole week straight made him sick of it. Luckily, just when he was at his limit, the week was over. Seer hopped off the railing and signaled for Mero to activate the island's pre-installed broadcast speakers. Testing, testing. Time's up. Anyone who got 6 points can come back now. If you didn't, just wait where you are for the committee to pick you up. His lazy voice echoed across the entire island, repeating 3 times before stopping. One by one, candidates emerged at the designated meeting spot. In the end, 9 people stood before Seer. Why are there still 9 of you? He squinted, voice filled with impatience. Hisaka, Killua, Gon, Leorio, Kurapika, the nail guy, and the bald ninja, those were familiar faces. They passed in the original story too. But the other 2? He wasn't too sure. He never bothered remembering characters whose designs weren't his type. Wait a second. Killua didn't pass in the original timeline, right? Because of the nail guy, Illumi. What did Illumi do again? He couldn't quite recall. It had been years since he watched the anime. And ever since arriving in this world, his 6 eyes were constantly flooded with too much information. The fact that he remembered anything at all was already impressive. The 9 candidates felt the young examiner's irritation and then noticed the blond young man beside him, coldly watching them. Why were they being glared at for passing the exam? And that tiger, it looked ready to rip them apart, but the moment it turned to the examiner, it softened into a big cat. There was so much they wanted to complain about. But in the end, they only exchanged glances and stayed silent. Seer slumped against the white tiger, sounding completely drained. Whatever. Get ready. There's an interview tonight. Oh, and by the way, the final exam is in 3 days, personally overseen by Netero. Never again. He was never playing examiner again. This was worse than a normal job. The white tiger carried him into the waiting airship. As for the boat, it was left behind for the committee to pick up when they came for the other candidates. An interview? That brat's in charge of it too? Sounds like a pain. Leorio muttered once the examiner was out of sight. Just like another certain white-haired brat they knew. I wonder what kinds of questions he'll ask. If we don't answer well, will it affect the next exam? Kurapika was already considering worst-case scenarios, like failing because of a bad interview. A heavy silence fell over the candidates. He didn't seem that hard to talk to, Killua said casually. At least, he had always treated him nicely. Just like how Killua had this strange sense of familiarity with him, like facing a sibling or another version of himself. It didn't feel distant at all. Yeah. Examiner Seer is a good person. Gon nodded confidently, sounding completely sincere. Leorio and the bald ninja gave him a look, then, in perfect sync, shook their heads. So naive. That examiner was the most dangerous one they had met so far. Sometimes, the vibe he gave off was the same as Hisoka's. And Hisoka was a psycho who killed people just for fun. Doesn't matter if he's a good person or not. The point is, he's the examiner. Leorio took a deep breath. So let's figure out how to deal with his interview questions. Who even knows what he'll ask? Leorio scratched his head, then suddenly turned to Killua. You seem close to him. Why don't you go gather some intel? It's just an interview. What's there to worry about? Killua waved it off, completely unconcerned. The interview was scheduled for 8 p.m. A group of candidates sat together, anxiety hanging over them like a dark cloud, as if they were about to step onto a stage for an exam. The first to be called in was Hisoka, who had been casually stacking a tower of playing cards. The moment his name came through the speaker, his tower collapsed, cards scattering across the table. He calmly picked them up one by one before heading to the interview room. Why does Hisoka look a little stiff? Gon asked, watching Hisoka's back as he left, his tone filled with curiosity. You're imagining things. No way Hisoka would be nervous, Leorio scoffed. If anyone should be nervous around Hisoka, it was other people. Hisoka himself? Not a chance. Seer spread out 8 candidate photos on the table in front of Hisoka. The candidate you're most interested in, and the one you least want to fight, he said lazily, like a disgruntled employee forced to work overtime, radiating an energy that screamed, "Let's get this over with so I can clock out." Hisoka didn't hesitate. This one. He pointed directly at Killua's photo. And the one I currently least want to fight. He gestured toward Gon's picture before lifting his gaze with a smirk. And the one I most want to fight is you. A sharp, almost tangible killing intent radiated from Hisoka, clawing its way toward Seer in a silent yet aggressive challenge. Seer merely glanced up, unimpressed, his tone flat. I don't want to fight you. It's been a year, and honestly, you're a fucking disappointment. Hisoka's smirk wavered. I expected you to reach Netero's level by now, Seer continued, his voice eerily calm. Have you even been taking your training seriously, Hisoka? The disappointment in his voice was unmistakable. For a split second, Hisoka's expression blanked out, like his brain had short-circuited. What did he just say? He expected me to reach Netero's level? In a year? And because I didn't, he's disappointed? Why did this feel like he was a fruit being judged by an impatient farmer? Seer sighed, as if reluctantly making a concession. Fine, I'll give you another chance. His tone was filled with both exasperation and an odd sense of indulgence. Come find me when you've reached Netero's level. But be quick about it. He leaned back, resting his chin on his palm. Because if you take too long, even Netero's level won't be enough to fight me anymore. His words were so casual, so matter-of-fact, that it was downright ridiculous. Netero, the head of the Hunter Association, a world-class powerhouse, was being dismissed as a mere stepping stone in Seer's eyes. Anyone else would have immediately written him off as delusional. But Hisoka couldn't. Because Seer's presence, his aura, was at least several times stronger than it had been a year ago. Such terrifying growth speed was unprecedented. And compared to him, maybe my own progress really has been too slow, Hisoka thought, for the first time ever. Chapter 110. How is Hisoka still not out yet? A group of candidates pressed their ears against the door, trying to eavesdrop. Just then, the sound of footsteps approached. They quickly scattered. "He's coming out." The door swung open, revealing a red-haired man with a blank expression. He didn't say a word, but everyone could feel it. He was in a bad mood. They had already been too afraid to ask him anything before. Now, even less of a chance. Next, the voice over the speaker announced. The second candidate hurried in, and when they came out, they looked completely dazed, as if they had no idea what they had just answered. "What did he ask you? Spill it already." Leorio grabbed the poor guy's shoulders and shook him violently. The candidate snapped out of their trance, rubbed their temples, and reluctantly answered. "That's it?" Leorio looked doubtful. That Brett seemed like a nightmare to deal with. How could he have asked such simple questions? Inside the interview room, Seer leaned back in his chair, watching Killua sitting across from him. As usual, he went through the standard process, asking 2 questions. But instead of dismissing Killua, he suddenly pointed to a photo on the table. "You don't recognize this guy?" he asked. Killua glanced at the photo, tilting his head. "Some weirdo like that? No way." His voice was completely certain. Seer's smile widened. "That's your big brother." "You're kidding, right?" Killua slammed his hands on the table and stood up. What kind of sick joke was this? That freak was his brother. Illumi didn't even look like that. Wait. That guy isn't here to drag me back home, is he? Oh, crap. Killua muttered, his eyes suddenly dimming. "I heard you injured your mom and second brother to escape," Seer said casually. The way he said mom and second brother sounded so natural, like he was referring to his own family. "Yeah, so what?" "They were in my way," Killua answered without an ounce of regret. "What if Illumi really does try to take you back?" Seer asked, genuinely curious. "Ah, the classic brother versus brother conflict. How dramatic." Killua hesitated. For the first time, he found himself unable to answer. He couldn't even picture going head-to-head against Illumi. No. He would run. Seer reached out and patted his head like he was dealing with a clueless kid. "Weak little boy," he sighed. Killua still hadn't noticed that someone had left something in his mind. With his current strength, he really stood no chance against Illumi. "Who the hell are you calling weak?" Killua snapped, instantly pushing his hand away. "If you call me Onie-chan, maybe I'll back you up," Seer suggested, a teasing grin creeping onto his face. "Not backing up. Stirring the fire." "Oh, gee, thanks so much," Killua rolled his eyes dramatically. "All right, you can leave now. Next." Seer's expression turned ice cold in an instant, and without hesitation, he kicked Killua out and called in the next candidate. "Is he some kind of face-changing master?" Killua grumbled, clenching his fists as he stomped out of the room. When Killua caught sight of the nail-faced freak, he froze for a moment before silently looking away. He still hadn't figured out how to face his big brother. On the way to the final exam venue, everyone noticed how uncharacteristically quiet Killua was. But no one knew why. Not until they arrived. Netero announced that the final stage would be a one-on-one elimination tournament. That's when it finally clicked. Seer's interview questions suddenly made sense. Because Netero had used their answers to decide who they would be up against. However, it wasn't a simple win-or-go-home match. As long as someone won even once, they would pass. Losers, on the other hand, had to keep fighting against other losers. Which meant that, in the end, only one person would fail the exam. The examiners were all present at the final tournament arena. Standing in the corners were several black-suited committee staff members, silently watching like an audience. A white tiger lay lazily on the ground, and Seer, without hesitation, sat on it like a fluffy carpet. Every candidate had something they refused to give up on, which meant that the battles weren't always the most intense, but they were definitely long. No one was willing to surrender. They fought tooth and nail, refusing to admit defeat. And no one embodied this more than Gon. The bald ninja had beaten him within an inch of his life, knocking him unconscious multiple times. But every single time, he got back up. Killing was against the rules, and if the bald ninja went too far, he would fail automatically. Yet beating Gon into submission was proving impossible. The match had fallen into a bizarre, endless loop. If it were me, I'd just break 177 of his bones, Seer said casually. Why 177? Asked Sora, whose mind was completely blank. The other examiners also turned to look at him. Because the human body has 206 bones in total, Seer replied in an almost bored tone. The skull has 29 bones, and if those break, he'd die. So it's better to leave them intact. It couldn't be helped, he wasn't as soft-hearted or rational as the bald ninja. If it were him in that match, he would have probably just dropped out of the exam and killed the stubborn bastard. His mindset was all wrong for a shonen protagonist. I feel like I'll visit you in prison one day, Lipo said with a deep, knowing smile. That's impossible. If I ever did something like that, it'd mean I was confident I wouldn't have to face any consequences, Seer shrugged, speaking as if stating a fact. If he didn't have the power to get away with it, he wouldn't act recklessly. But in the hunter exam, killing only resulted in disqualification. Everyone had signed waivers accepting the risk, so there were no real consequences. Besides, there was always next year. After what felt like forever, the bald ninja finally shot Gon an exasperated glare and reluctantly forfeited. Any more and Gon would actually die. And he wasn't willing to go that far. The second he admitted defeat, Gon collapsed, and the medics rushed him to the infirmary. Shonen protagonist, ha! Seer muttered under his breath. He wasn't the type to mock Gon's refusal to give up. If he were in the same situation, he would have done the same thing. For a weak person, surrendering was humiliating. But if you were strong enough, it didn't matter. You could lose 100 times, and no one would look down on you. Then, as soon as the nail-faced freak stepped into the arena to face Killua, Seer finally sat up, eyes locked on them. It was like he was back in front of a screen, watching an anime episode unfold. Even though Killua already knew who he was up against, the moment his opponent spoke, he still broke into a cold sweat. In front of everyone, the nail-faced freak pulled out his nails. In an instant, he transformed into a long-haired, ghostly figure with empty eyes. I heard you stabbed Mom and Maluki, he said in an eerily flat tone. Mom was so moved she cried. Because you've become very independent. But she's worried about you being out here alone. He spoke like a spirit whispering from the abyss, saying things that normal people would find deeply unsettling. The more he spoke, the more Killua's expression wavered. Little by little, the light faded from his eyes. Killua, you're not suited to be a hunter. You are a hollow puppet, void of any real desire. The only thing that makes you happy is watching people die in front of you. Ah. So that's how it played out in the original story. Seer watched the scene unfold, rubbing his chin thoughtfully as he glanced towards Killua, who was tearfully declaring his wish to be Gon's friend. No, you don't, Illumi denied without hesitation. You don't want friends. You don't need them. Maybe I should just kill Gon right now. Killua stood still, head hanging low, silent. Next was one of the two random versus Leorio. Illumi's gaze remained locked onto Killua. Then, as if something had snapped inside him, Killua's blank eyes went completely lifeless. Like a soulless killing machine, he moved. With terrifying speed, he closed in on one of the fighters. Just as his hand was about to pierce through the opponent's chest and rip out their heart, A powerful suction force pulled him sideways. His hand struck nothing but empty air. The target vanished from in front of him, reappearing somewhere else. Like they had been swept away by the wind. Seer hadn't even moved from his spot. Sitting in the corner, he had casually stretched out a hand and yanked Killua over to his side. Hey, I already said killing someone means automatic disqualification, he said lazily, resting his chin in one hand while absent-mindedly petting the white tiger's horn with the other. And don't interfere in someone else's fight. Double violation. You're out, Killua. His voice was light, almost indifferent, as he turned to Illumi. Take your family drama home. Then, looking back at Killua, he added calmly. See? I told you you're weak. That's why you couldn't resist your big brother. If you were strong enough, this wouldn't have happened. Of course, I could help you. Seer's eyes flickered with amusement as he rubbed his chin. But growth comes from taking a beating every now and then. After all, how else would a shonen protagonist get stronger? Work hard, get stronger, and then pin your brother to the ground and beat the hell out of him. He patted Killua's shoulder encouragingly. A tiny flicker of light returned to Killua's eyes, though they were still dull. At least he had snapped out of his trance. Hey! This guy acts more like Killua's big brother than you do, Leorio shouted. Killua was a bit weird, sure, but what the hell was up with that other guy? What kind of older brother tells his sibling they only exist to kill? Killua had literally said he didn't want to kill anyone. That guy was forcing him to. What was the point of a brother like that? Hell, some random stranger off the street would be better. Seer glanced at Leorio. Wow. Way to add fuel to the fire. Saying that to the ultimate broken. Illumi's hair slowly lifted, defying gravity. A nen needle appeared in his hand. Across the room, Hisoka smiled. But just as suddenly as his rage flared, Illumi put the needle away. His hair fell back down. Killua. It's time to go home. Mom misses you. His hollow eyes locked onto Killua. Illumi's thoughts, that guy is a proctor. He's also Hisoka's little apple. His strength is unknown, and I might not even be able to beat him. If I fight him, Hisoka will attack me too. And there's no bounty. Not worth it. Short pause time. Apparently, if I don't talk here, the AI overlords get cranky. So hi YouTube algorithm, we love transformation. Okay, back to the story. Chapter 111. Killua was disqualified, while the remaining 8 candidates all passed immediately. Badoro, clutching his wound, approached the young white-haired examiner. Thank you for stepping in just now, he said. If the other party hadn't acted so quickly, he would have been dead before he even had time to react to Killua's attack. Though he had no idea why Killua suddenly lashed out. Then be grateful, Seer shrugged casually, not bothering to say anything like I didn't do it to save you. Badoro was momentarily stunned. Wasn't this the part where the hero said, no need to thank me, it's fine? Yet this kid was so bold in demanding gratitude. Well, benefactors truly were different from the rest. I'll find a way to repay you, declared the elderly martial artist, his tone carrying the firm principles of the older generation. To repay kindness with kindness. To never raise a hand against children. Such values were rarely upheld anymore. Well, at least the guy seemed like a decent person. Speaking of repayment. Actually, you've got a chance to pay me back right now. Seer suddenly looked as if he had an epiphany, clenching his left fist and tapping it against his right palm. Do you know where I can find water sapphire or a rainbow egg? Badoro fell silent. Of all the things Seer could have asked for, he had casually named 2 of the 7 great beauties of the world. He was just an ordinary old man, how was he supposed to know where to find those? But this was his savior. His life-saving benefactor. Even if he had to push himself, he had to find a way. "I'll do whatever it takes to track them down and deliver them to you." Badoro was one step away from swearing an oath to the heavens. Seer stared at the man's beard, falling into deep thought. "An old man, huh? Forget it," he sighed. "If you died trying to find them, that'd be troublesome. People would say I bullied an old man." For once, his Schrodinger's conscience seemed to be working. It would be a hassle to involve someone with only average strength, especially someone who might not have that many years left. If he had to mooch off someone, he should at least pick a powerful benefactor. "You should just go back to running your dojo, be a successful old man, and live a peaceful life," Seer said, waving him off casually. Badoro instinctively reached out to stop him, but Seer had already walked away toward the proctors. "Chairman, got any leads on water sapphire or rainbow eggs, Chairman?" The white-haired teenager stood beside Chairman Netero, draping an arm over the old man's shoulder as if there was no concept of seniority between them. With his free hand, he was playing with the chairman's long beard. The other examinees looked like they wanted to intervene, but none of them dared to. Netero, on the other hand, simply chuckled, like an ordinary grandfather. Or rather, like a mischievous old man. "I do know where you can find them, but are you sure you want to go?" Netero asked, snatching his beard back with one hand while redirecting Seer's attention. Having energetic young people around was great, but too much energy was just exhausting. "Where? Just tell me first." Seer ignored the baiting question, keeping his composure. He wasn't arrogant enough to think he was invincible in this world, where all sorts of mysterious and bizarre abilities existed. After all, he still didn't have reverse cursed technique or limitless. He was just 10% away from a compatibility score with Gojo Satoru and Sukuna, which would unlock both abilities. He had spent 8 or 9 months grinding just to increase each compatibility score by 10%. The closer he got, the harder it became. What a pain. "Old people's memories aren't great, you know," Netero mused, stroking his beard thoughtfully before letting out a laugh. "I forgot." Water sapphire is said to be beneath a dormant volcano, Seer murmured, his blue eyes fixed on the elderly chairman. "And the Zolts live on a volcano, don't they? Wouldn't their family have some?" Netero smiled calmly, his true emotions unreadable. "Perhaps," he said. It was likely that Netero was acquainted with the Zoldyck family. Seer had once come across a video, something about Netero and a member of the Zoldyck family. Who was it again? Another old white-haired man, probably. The footage showed them fighting together. "I've searched the volcanoes across all 6 continents. The only one left is the one near the Zolts. My instincts tell me that water sapphire is there," Seer analyzed aloud. As for why he hadn't gone there first. Of course, it was because he had self-awareness. He knew he wasn't strong enough to just waltz up to their doorstep. The Zolks weren't just rumored to have a walking wish machine, they also kept a horde of magical beasts. From their servants to the family members themselves, everyone was an enigma. The entire clan was full of hidden powerhouses. As for his current strength, even if he couldn't win, he probably wouldn't die too easily. And besides, it wasn't certain that he couldn't win. So, he had finally decided to go take a look. He had a habit of assuming his opponents were incredibly powerful. It was a way to pressure himself, to stay cautious, to keep from becoming blindly overconfident. Though ever since he came to this world, his sixth sense had been eerily accurate. With his 6 eyes and intuition combined, he could analyze threats almost instantly, distinguishing between dangerous and harmless individuals. Sometimes, the danger wasn't even related to life energy, just their abilities alone were hazardous. But that was rare. He barely encountered such cases anymore. Even Netero didn't give him a particularly dangerous feeling. It's time to visit the Zulks. See ya, he waved casually at the other examiners before running toward the exit. His steps were light, just like any ordinary teenager. Oh, right. Hisaka, he suddenly stopped next to the red-haired man. Visibly, the moment Seer spoke, Hisaka's body tensed up. Last month, at Heaven's Arena, you were supposed to fight me. The moment the words left Seer's mouth, Hisaka froze entirely. But since you didn't show up, I won by default, Seer said, spreading his hands as if deeply regretful. Heaven's Arena battles occurred once every 3 months. For some reason, Hisaka had skipped the last 3 matches, handing his opponents automatic victories. What an act of selfless generosity. Last month, you were my opponent? Hisaka murmured. He recalled signing up, of course. But he had been preoccupied with other things at the time. Fighting wasn't his only hobby. If he had missed just another random fight, it wouldn't have mattered. But to think the opponent he had skipped was him. Hisaka's entire being seemed to lose color. If he had known his opponent was his little apple, he would have crawled there if he had to. He would have dropped everything else. What a shame, Seer tossed out the remark before jogging past him without hesitation. Whether Seer actually felt regret was unknown, but Hisaka definitely did. The red-haired man stood motionless at the doorway, like a petrified statue. Hisaka. He looks really shaken up, Leorio muttered to Kurapika as they passed by. He certainly does, Kurapika agreed, his expression serious. That bratty examiner actually managed to do this to Hisaka. Leorio looked as if he had witnessed the impossible. A mass-murdering lunatic had suddenly turned into a ghostly white sculpture. Forget radiating murderous intent, Hisaka's face only showed the same confusion as a lost child. Killua's gone home now. I wonder what's going to happen. His family already sounded messed up. Leorio switched topics, now worrying about the boy who had been taken away. The moment Killua was disqualified, Illuminae had immediately ordered him home, without even letting him say goodbye to Gon. Yeah, Kurapika murmured, equally concerned. Chapter 112. 1 week later, Killua Zoldyck returned home to the Zoldyck estate in the Republic of Padokia. His deep blue eyes were so dark they were nearly black as he expressionlessly pushed open the 3 outer gates of the estate. The Zoldyck family's gates were known as the Testing Gate, also called the Gate of the Underworld. There were a total of 7 gates. The first one alone weighed a ton, meaning the 2 doors together totaled 2 tons. Each subsequent gate doubled in weight. In other words, Killua had just pushed open the 8-ton gate. Despite this feat, Zebro, the family's elderly gatekeeper, could tell that the 3rd young master was in a foul mood. But the Zoldyck family's rules were absolute. Servants were not to meddle in family affairs. From a young age, Killua had always been different from the rest of the Zulks, bright, cheerful, like a normal child. He even tried to befriend the servants, calling the butler uncle. But that was forbidden. Poor Killua. Zebro thought to himself as he settled into his guard post and unfolded a newspaper. Half an hour later, he noticed 3 figures approaching the Zoldyck estate's gates. Tourists? No, they weren't using the tour bus. Bounty hunters, then? Not surprising. A single photo of a Zoldyck family member was worth 100 million, and their lives were even more expensive. Hunters frequently teamed up to try their luck against the family, only to find that they couldn't even get past the gate. But these 3 figures. 2 humans and a tiger. And that white-haired one, he looked strangely familiar. Killua had just returned home. Wait. Had he left again and come back? That was impossible. The gate hadn't opened since. Curious, Zebro leaned forward, squinting for a better look. Upon closer inspection, the white-haired figure wasn't Killua after all. It was a stranger. White hair, blue eyes, and an unusual black tattoo on his face. His features were delicate yet carried a hint of mischief. He bore more than a passing resemblance to Killua, over 50%, at least. He doesn't look like the righteous type. But then again, the Zulks aren't exactly righteous people either. Trailing behind him was a blond young man in a black suit, someone who wouldn't look out of place among the Zoldyck butlers. He also had a tiger-like beast with him, exuding a strong presence. Who is this kid? The white-haired boy, whose identity remained a mystery, stepped up to the testing gate. As if he were already familiar with it, he reached out and pushed the door. First-time visitors never knew the Zoldyck rule, only those who could push the gate open were allowed entry. Some would even come to the guardhouse to demand or threaten Zebro into opening it for them. Zebro was expecting just that, but instead, he watched in shock as the white-haired boy pushed open all 7 gates. All 7. Wide open. What kind of monster? Until now, Zebro had believed that only the Zulks were capable of such feats. But today, he had seen another monster, one who wasn't even a Zoldyck. Or was he? Zebro glanced at the boy's white hair and familiar features, falling into deep thought. Should I inform Goto? Meanwhile, Seer shook out his hand, flexing his fingers. The black rings on his wrists didn't budge. Oh. Right, he muttered. I've been wearing these weights ever since I left Meteor City. How heavy did Sid make them last time? Sid hadn't told him. It was getting a bit tight, understandable, considering how much he had grown. He had gone from an 11 or 12-year-old child's physique to that of a 13 or 14-year-old adolescent. If he grew any taller, these restraints would probably start feeling suffocating. He should find time to return to Meteor City and get a new set. With that thought in mind, Seer turned his head toward the side of the gate. A massive, long-haired white hound, easily over 3 meters tall, was staring at them, drool dripping onto the ground. That dog is huge, Seer remarked, glancing from the hound to the tiger cub at his side. The 1-year-old, not yet fully grown Sora blinked his pale blue eyes, then nuzzled Seer's hand, acting cute. A tiger smaller than a dog? That's embarrassing, Sora, Seer teased, reaching out to pinch the cub's cheek. I'm not fully grown yet. That thing's already an adult. The white tiger shook his head stubbornly. Once I'm fully grown, I'll definitely be bigger than that dog. Besides, it can't even talk, Sora added, tilting his head up with a smug expression. A dog could never compare to him. Sure, maybe right now that thing was technically stronger than him. But just barely. Once he grew up, he'd definitely be able to beat it. Fair point. Talking is a rare trait, Seer nodded in agreement. As far as pets went, his standards weren't high. If they could talk, be cute, and look cool, that was good enough. The massive white dog, despite its ravenous stare, made no move to attack. Because in the Zoldyck household, there was a rule, anyone who pushed open the gate and entered through the front was off-limits to Mike's attacks. So, with the air of people strolling through their own backyard, the 2 humans and 1 tiger continued walking leisurely forward. Until they reached a small path, where their way was blocked. Tourists must stop here. You can't go any further. A girl with an afro, dark skin, and thick lips stood in their path, dressed in a tailcoat and holding a cane. She looked about 11 or 12, but her strength far surpassed that of an average person. Well, that was to be expected from a Zoldyck servant. But I don't like people standing in my way. A sudden, irresistible force erupted. The trees trembled violently, their leaves ripping away and rushing in a single direction. In mere seconds, every tree in the area was stripped bare, some even had their roots exposed, leaning precariously as if ready to fall. The girl blocking their path found a pale hand wrapped around her throat. It looked slender, almost delicate, moving effortlessly, yet it was inescapably strong. Canary's cane had somehow already snapped into 3 pieces. Choked and unable to breathe, her eyes widened in shock, face turning red. She could almost hear the sound of her throat fracturing. "There won't be a next time," the white-haired boy said casually before tossing her aside like garbage. She crashed through 3 trees before hitting the ground, rolling to a stop. "Is this how the Zulks treat their guests?" Seer tilted his head, his tone light but his meaning sharp. "Uninvited guests aren't guests," a woman's voice answered. She was dressed in an extravagant gown, so voluminous it seemed she was wearing a hoop skirt beneath it. Holding a fan in one hand, her face was mostly obscured by a strange machine covering her eyes. Even so, from what little of her face was visible, she was undoubtedly a beauty. Beside her stood a quiet boy dressed in a purple kimono, his straight black hair cut into a neat bob, violet eyes unreadable. Fair point. Someone who barged in uninvited and attacked the servants wasn't exactly a guest. Her argument was sound. "It was Killua who invited me," Seer responded without hesitation, without even a second's pause, shamelessly shifting the blame onto Killua. Chapter 113. Impossible. How could Killua possibly invite an outsider into our home? The woman with the electronic visor strapped to her face erupted the moment the white-haired boy mentioned Killua's name. She didn't just scream, she attacked. Her elaborate gown did nothing to hinder her speed. Lifting her skirt with one hand and wielding a fan in the other, she moved so fast that only afterimages remained. It was as if mentioning Killua had tripped a landmine in her mind. She snapped instantly. This woman was completely unhinged. Seer calmly raised his hand, drawing inverted spear from the storage curse's mouth to parry her fan. A crisp clang echoed through the air as the specialized fan clashed against the spear. An invisible energy flickered at the point of impact, briefly thrown into chaos before dispersing. With a flick of his wrist, Seer effortlessly sent the fan flying. His weapon wasn't particularly sharp or long, it was thick, somewhat blunt, and covered in strange engravings that, for a split second, seemed to glow ominously. Yet, despite its lack of an edge, its tip now rested against the woman's throat. The entire sequence took place in just 0.2 seconds, too fast for the average person to even blink. If he applied just a bit more pressure, if he twisted his wrist even slightly, the blade would pierce clean through her neck. Blood dripped from his weapon onto the lush green grass. "You should be able to tell I have no hostile intent," Seer said evenly, retracting his spear. His voice was calm, almost casual, as if addressing her and someone else entirely. "You're trying to take Killua away." The woman shrieked, clutching her bleeding throat, seemingly indifferent to the blood gushing from her wound. She was completely deranged. But then again, this was the Zoldyck family. Having a few screws loose was practically a requirement. "Let him in, Kikyo." A voice emerged from the darkness. A man with long silver hair spoke. "Why? Husband!" Kikyo screamed, her composure shattering completely. Any trace of the refined noblewoman she had appeared to be earlier was gone. She now looked like a full-blown lunatic. No wonder Illumi had the vibe of a horror movie ghost. He got it from his mother. "Looks like I can go in now," Seer muttered, paying no mind to the deranged woman. He simply lifted his foot and continued walking forward. Kikyo did not stop him. Instead, she simply stared at his retreating figure, until a sudden thought struck her. That boy looked a lot like Killua. White hair, blue eyes. Something clicked in her mind. Without hesitation, she gathered her skirt and sprinted off, screaming at the top of her lungs. "Husband! That boy looks just like Killua. Could it be that you?" Seer noticed the way the black-haired, violet-eyed boy was looking at him and raised an eyebrow. The boy remained silent, as still as a porcelain doll. Meanwhile, the girl who had been thrown earlier slowly got to her feet. Ignoring the pain in her bruised throat, she bowed politely and spoke in a hoarse voice. "Honored guest, please follow me." The master wishes to see you. Seer shoved inverted spear back into the curse's mouth, completely ignoring the muffled grumbles from the creature. If you'd just done this earlier, none of that would have been necessary, he remarked. To the others, however, it looked as though the white-haired boy had conjured a weapon out of thin air. The girl said nothing. She simply turned and began leading the way. The kimono-clad boy did not follow. He remained in place, watching them leave in complete silence. Husband. That kid. Is he one of yours from outside? He looks only 2 years older than Killua. Kikyo, her face wrapped in bandages and her electronic visor, sounded completely shaken. Silva Zoldyck, the silver-haired man seated on the large sofa, head of the Zoldyck family, and father to Aluni and Killua, sighed, looking somewhat exasperated. He's not my son. It's just a coincidence. He knew for a fact that he hadn't fathered any illegitimate children. The ones he already had were more than enough, and the next heir was already decided. Why on earth would he go out of his way to have another child? White hair and blue eyes weren't exclusive to the Zoldyck family. Was it so impossible for someone else to have the same features? Though, he had to admit, the resemblance to Killua was uncanny. Silva ran a hand over his face. He was starting to struggle to deny it himself. Similar features, white hair, blue eyes, and a face that bore more than a passing resemblance to Killua's. If he didn't know with absolute certainty that the boy wasn't his, even he might have assumed he was a Zoldyck. Then why did you let him in? He even claimed Killua invited him. There's no way, Kikyo protested, unwilling to accept it. Enough, Kikyo. Silva cut her off before she could finish. He pushed open the trial gate. All 7 doors. His voice was low, but the weight of those words was undeniable. It wasn't that no one had ever done it before, Silva himself could do it with ease. But for someone that young to accomplish it? That was something else entirely. One-star bounty hunter, Seer DeVille. Silva casually tapped a screen beside him, bringing up a profile. Destroyed multiple mafia organizations in York New City. The Mafia Association tried to retaliate, but the matter was ultimately dropped. Rumored to be from Meteor City. The information had been provided by his second son, Miluki. At the mention of Meteor City, Kikyo finally calmed down. She also came from Meteor City. The Zoldyck family's connection with Meteor City was actually quite strong. In fact, every wife of the Zoldyck head had been a resident of Meteor City. Even their grandmother still lived there. Not to mention, a large number of the family's butlers and servants had been purchased as children from Meteor City and trained from a young age. A child with this kind of talent. And Pampas didn't send him directly to us? Silva frowned slightly. That was unusual. By all logic, any child with exceptional talent would be sent to the Zoldyck family as soon as they were discovered. They only accepted the best, anyone second-rate wasn't even considered. So there was some doubt as to whether this boy truly came from Meteor City. Of course, there was also the possibility that he was too exceptional, so much so that Meteor City had decided to keep him for themselves. Knock, knock. Knock. Come in. The butler, Goto, pushed open the door. The white-haired boy stepped inside. Kikyo, leave us. The silver-haired man didn't even turn his head as he spoke to the woman beside him. Kikyo gripped the sides of her skirt and left hurriedly, her entire posture radiating frustration. Sit. Silva gestured to a small stool in front of him. His tone held no wariness or hostility, if anything, he sounded rather easygoing. Seer eyed the hard, backless stool with clear reluctance before settling onto it at a leisurely pace. I heard you're from Meteor City. Which district? Silva asked the question as if they were simply making small talk. District 12. Seer curled his lips slightly. District 12. How's Pampas doing? Silva chuckled. So Pampas had this kind of connection? Meteor City wasn't just tied to the Mafia, it had ties to assassin families as well. That was interesting. He's doing better than great, Cyr yawned lazily before answering. That guy could thrive anywhere. Ha 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 ha. Silva let out a hearty laugh. True. No matter where he goes, he does just fine. His tone carried a sense of familiarity with Pampas. Then, just as suddenly, his expression shifted. His voice turned sharp. What's your goal? I'm looking for water sapphire. Cyr's tone remained completely relaxed. That stuff forms under volcanoes, right? I've searched several, but I haven't found any, so I came here. He leaned back slightly. Your family does live on top of a volcano, don't you? His voice was calm, as if stating an obvious fact. If anything, this only confirmed his suspicions. There was at least a 90% chance that water sapphire existed beneath this volcano. Why else would the Zulps live atop a volcano? Why else would they buy up all the surrounding land and forbid outsiders from entering? If water sapphire, one of the 7 beauties, or something equally valuable was hidden beneath this mountain, then everything would make perfect sense. Chapter 114. At the Zoldyck estate, inside Silva's room. There's no water sapphire under the volcano. After a brief silence, Silva denied it outright. What water sapphire? Where would water sapphire come from? What even is water sapphire? Nope. Never heard of it. Doesn't exist. Cyr pulled at the corner of his lips. He wasn't surprised by the denial, it was expected. But he spoke again with an unreadable expression. As long as you pay, the Zulps will accept any job, right? Silva stared at him. Unlike a child or a teenager, an adult man's eyes weren't wide, they were narrow, deep, and unreadable. That depends on whether your offer is worth it. The seasoned assassin spoke calmly. 20 billion? Cyr tossed out a number as a test. They had only asked for 10 billion to assassinate a single Phantom Troop member, after all. Acceptable. Silva considered it for a moment before replying. If you believe there's water sapphire beneath this volcano, you're free to search for it. If you do find some, you may take a portion, but anything beyond that must be purchased at market price. It was a very practical deal, one that only benefited the Zulps. And if Cyr didn't find any? Well, then he didn't. It wasn't as if they'd be giving the money back. The 20 billion only bought him the right to search the land. No wonder you've even turned your home into a tourist attraction. Cyr muttered under his breath. They were just as bad as the system. Is food and lodging included? He asked after a pause. He had no intention of camping outside for who knew how long. Silva seemed to hesitate. 30 billion. All inclusive. I'll pay right now. Cyr pulled out his card. Money solved everything. What about the other one? Silva asked. After all, the boy hadn't come alone, he had a magical beast and a companion with him. 50 billion. We'll only stay for a month at most. Cyr said flatly. 50 billion. He could have bought an entire hotel with that. This guy was an absolute scammer. Even worse than the system. Deal. Silva agreed to the terms and turned to issue an order. Goto, prepare 2 rooms. Take him and the other one there. The head butler, Goto, stiffened slightly at the command. Still, he bowed his head, instructed the others to ready the rooms, and personally went to receive the guest. Why had they suddenly decided to let this person stay? What happened? And why did he look so much like young Master Killua? Madame Kikyo had seemed furious earlier. Could it be? Could it really be that their lord's illegitimate child had come knocking? Would he be living here from now on? If that was the case, what would happen to young Master Killua? Killua was supposed to be the next heir. "How should I address you?" Goto asked, his voice polite but measured. Seer glanced at the neatly groomed, bespectacled man in a tailored suit. His mustache was trimmed short, obviously well maintained. His widow's peak was sharp, but it didn't exactly make him handsome. "Seer is fine," Seer answered offhandedly. "Understood, Lord Seer," Goto replied with exaggerated deference. However, his attitude toward Marrow was much more neutral. He didn't even bother to ask for his name. Seer was assigned a room within the main estate, while Marrow was taken to the servants' quarters. Goto had placed him alongside the other butlers. The Zulks had over 200 servants. Naturally, they had more than one butler. As head butler, Goto managed them all. Neither Seer nor Marrow knew about the sleeping arrangements. Marrow simply assumed it was normal for their rooms to be separate. And so, a completely avoidable misunderstanding was born. At the Zoldyck estate, meals were a family affair. Even servants ate separately. Illumi wasn't home. Killua was still in the interrogation chamber, undergoing punishment. And yet, there was a new white-haired figure at the table. Fat and round, Maluki sat beside the white-haired boy. For some reason, he was reminded of his rebellious younger brother. Why did this random stranger also give him such an irritating feeling? And more importantly, why was he even eating with them? Wasn't this table only for family members? Maluki turned to look at his father. The silver-haired man's expression remained neutral, his emotions unreadable. No answers there. He glanced at his mother instead. Madame Kikyo looked furious. But she was the only one who was. Silva hadn't explained anything. Kikyo hadn't said a word. Kalito, the quiet black-haired boy with violet eyes, sat in total silence. The entire atmosphere felt off. Maluki gave up trying to understand it. He simply shoveled food into his mouth as quickly as possible and bolted from the table. He ran straight back to the interrogation chamber. A new white-haired brat showed up at the house today. Maluki grunted between breaths, cracking his whip down on the suspended figure before him. "Looks like your position as heir isn't so stable after all," he continued, panting. The boy hanging there didn't respond. He looked like he had fallen asleep. "Bastard!" Maluki snarled and lashed him a few more times. Seer glanced at the meal in front of him before asking Goto a simple question. "Where's Marrow?" "Please don't worry. He will be dining with us later," Goto explained. Why would Marrow be eating with them? Whatever. It was actually better this way. After all, the food, drinks, and even the wine in front of him were all poisoned. Seer didn't feel like the Zulks were targeting him specifically. After all, everyone else's meals were poisoned just the same. It made sense. They were an assassin family. Building up poison resistance was just standard training. He just hadn't expected them to serve the same dishes to a paying guest. With that thought, he expressionlessly ate his meal. It wasn't too bad. The poison wasn't that strong. He could handle it. After finishing, he casually took out a handkerchief, spat out a mouthful of bright red blood, wiped his lips clean, and got up. Every move he made was practiced, like this was all completely normal. He called Marrow. "Don't eat anything from the Zulks." His tone was calm. "If you don't want to die." What was mild for him would be lethal for Marrow. Wait a minute. He was paying these people. He might as well have them train Marrow's poison resistance. He wasn't going to let that money go to waste. Never mind. Forget what I just said. His tone shifted instantly. Eat as much as you can. He hung up. Then he walked over to Goto and spoke with him for a moment. Basically, I want them trained. Goto nodded. Understood. So, gradually increasing the dosage instead of going straight for lethal levels. Got it. Seer's natural way of ordering the Zoldyck servants around. It seemed the rumors were true. Especially since neither Lord Silva nor Madame Kikyo had denied it when he called the boy Lord Seer. A white-haired older brother. For the white-haired heir who never wanted to inherit the family business. Was this a good thing or a bad thing? Perhaps this would lighten young Master Killua's burden. Perhaps he could finally do what he wanted to do. Goto had watched Killua grow up. His feelings were complicated. Was this new person here to take everything from Killua? Or would he be the one to free him? Seer had no idea what the butler was thinking. Nor did he care. After finishing his conversation with Goto, he decided that when searching for Water Sapphire, he wouldn't bring Marrow along. There was no point. Marrow wouldn't be of much help anyway. Might as well have him learn some Zoldyck-style butler training instead. The Zoldyck estate was massive. The surrounding forests were vast. Water Sapphire grew in dormant volcanoes. But its exact location? That varied with every volcano. He would have to find it himself. Chapter 115. Seer crouched on the ground, stuffing tissue into his nose. I'd rather fight Silva than keep searching for this thing. Everywhere he looked, trees, 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 people, trees, 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 dog, trees, trees. From what he could see with 6 eyes, the Zoldycks didn't just have hundreds of servants. They had an absurd number of strange plants. And an entire menagerie of magical beasts. Living, dead, it didn't matter. If something existed, 6 eyes could sense it. It was like using a thermal imaging device and seeing the screen flooded with glowing red dots. He could tell something was there. But who or what? That was the problem. Just like thermal imaging couldn't reveal someone's face, 6 eyes only showed him energy masses. If it was someone he knew, he could recognize them from their energy signature. But he'd never seen Water Sapphire before. So how the hell was he supposed to pick it out of a crowd of nearly identical energy clusters? He still had a shovel slung over his shoulder, too. At this rate, he was going to start digging up the entire mountain. He turned and smacked the large, empty-headed creature next to him. Use your nose and find it for me. Sora blinked at him, then flattened his ears. I don't even know what Water Sapphire smells like. His voice sounded pitiful. He was only a year old. He had never seen Water Sapphire before. Even a regular dog needed a scent sample before tracking something down. Water Sapphire is a plant, Seer muttered. That meant all he had to do was find plant energy. But he stood on the mountainside and looked down. Everywhere, towering green trees. Dense, thriving vegetation. If someone were watching from above, they wouldn't even be able to see him. This mountain was covered in plants. Like searching for a needle in a haystack. Or gold in the ocean. Sora lowered his head and sniffed a weird-looking flower. Then he sneezed. A gust of wind blasted through, stripping the flower until only the bare stem remained. The beast stole a glance at his master. Seer's face was twisted in frustration. Dark energy practically poured off him. Sora silently took a step back. Then another. No reaction. So he casually turned his back. Wiggled his hips. And pranced away, moving with exaggerated, feline grace. If Seer didn't allow it, he would have said something. Since he didn't, that meant he didn't mind. Even with his back turned, Sora knew his master could see him. Seer continued scanning his surroundings inch by inch, eyes glowing faintly. Slowly stepping forward, he muttered without looking back. No patience at all. A 1-year-old having no patience was normal. But as a pet? As long as it was cute, that was enough. Seer never expected much from his pet in the first place. He searched from morning until afternoon, but not even a shadow of water sapphire appeared. Calling it a day, he decided to try a different direction tomorrow. The big cat that had run off to play hadn't returned yet. According to HxH, Sora seemed to be playing with someone? A person? Something about the energy felt strange. Seer lazily stretched out his voice. Sora, time to go. A white tiger came sprinting toward him, riding on a miniature tornado. Fast. And carrying something in its mouth. A child. Pink top, green skirt. Long, straight black hair down to the waist, decorated with 4 ball-shaped hair clips, each showing a different emotion: joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. Gray-blue eyes. A boy? With that androgynous face and outfit. A Zoldyck kid? Well, they were on Zoldyck territory. It wouldn't be surprising if one of their kids was out playing. Zoldyck siblings, aside from Killua, all looked like girls. There was Illumi, the long-haired ghost woman. Kalito, the black-haired little doll. And this one. Then there was Maluki. Too fat to tell, but if he ever lost weight, he'd probably look like Illumi, too. Killua probably took after his father. The rest? His mother's genes ran strong. Seer glanced at the child in Sora's mouth. Did you just kidnap someone's kid? Sora blinked innocently. Their scent feels familiar. He set the child down. Instead of panicking, the kid grinned, scrambled to her feet, and launched herself at Seer. Big brother. A bright, beaming smile. And a hug around the waist. Ah. A Killua sibling. And mistaking him for Killua. Wait a second. Sure, they looked similar, but not that similar. His eyebrows and eyelashes were white, Killua's weren't. His eyes were a more vibrant, chaotic shade of blue. Their facial structure wasn't even identical. Okay, fine. Maybe people didn't care about the details. They just saw white hair and called it a day. Even with his longer hairstyle, they still had a 70% similarity. But the black cursed markings on his face and body. Did no one notice those? Did they think Killua had suddenly gotten into tattoos? Big brother. What are all these? Aluka reached up, fingers brushing his cheek. Gray-blue eyes stared curiously at the markings. Hey! How long had it been since you last saw Killua? Did you forget everything about him, except white hair, blue eyes? Seer sighed and grabbed the small hand. You got the wrong person. I'm not Killua. Aluka blinked. Then looked him over again. Disappointment flickered across her face. Not big brother. Your brother's probably too busy to play with you. Seer grabbed the back of her shirt, lifting her off the ground. Then shook her a little. Aluka clapped her hands excitedly. Fun. Fun. Then tilted her head. Then who are you? Now you decide to ask? Seer. He dropped him back onto the ground, answering half-heartedly. Seer Niikin. I'm Aluka. Aluka introduced herself. Then raised her arms. Seer Niikin. Fly me high. There it was again. That strange feeling. Sora thought he smelled familiar. Seer thought he felt weird. Then again. The Zolps were weird. It wasn't shocking. But through HxH, Aluka's energy was similar to those siblings he'd met during the Hunter exam. The inhuman ones. Something black, fluid, and sticky flowed within her. But unlike those two, this one still felt human. If he had to guess. 2 souls in one body? Or half human, half monster? The Zolps produced something like this. Unbelievable. And yet, somehow, totally believable. Suddenly. Things just got a lot more interesting. All right, Seer smirked. Fly high. He slipped his hands under Aluka's arms and launched them into the sky. The white tiger circled twice in the air, then stepped onto nothing. Like an invisible staircase, each step carried him higher and higher. Amid drifting clouds, Seer watched as Aluka reached out, trying to touch the fluffy white mist. Below them, the land had shrunk into a tiny map. Even the Zoldyck estate, from up here, was just a small green dot. So high, Aluka laughed. Seer lowered his gaze, smirking. You want something more exciting? Aluka's eyes widened, filled with eager anticipation. Yes. Aluka wants to play. All right, then. And without hesitation, Seer let go. The pink and green figure plummeted. Gray-blue eyes widened in shock. Wind tore through his sleeves and skirt. From this altitude, a fall took less than 14 seconds per 1,000 meters. But they were much higher than that. At 30 seconds in, with only 300 meters left before impact, Seer matched his speed, appearing just below. His arms reached out. Caught. All good? Seer smirked. Aluka wiped the wind-induced tears from her eyes and grinned. Super fun. Seer set him down. Next time, don't mistake me for Killua. At first, he found it amusing. But being mistaken for Killua's brother and Killua himself. Two different things. Who wanted to be seen as someone else? I got it. You're Seer ni. Aluka declared it seriously. He only called Killua Big Brother directly. For anyone else, he added a name. Of course, there weren't many he called Ni-chan at all. Because in the Zoldyck family, only Killua treated her like family. Seer scoffed, amused. Wanna go again? Yes. Aluka reached for him, completely trusting. Seer ni looked like Killua. And the big tiger reminded her of Nanika. She didn't dislike either of them. She liked them. 1 hour earlier, Zoldyck estate. Chaos. The Zoldyck household was in complete chaos. You're telling me Aluka-sama is missing? Goto's expression was shocked. And beneath it, fear. Those unaware of the situation only showed nervousness. The fifth young master, long confined in the basement, had vanished. And this was a problem for everyone. That thing. Silva's voice carried a trace of disgust. Had Seer been present, he'd immediately noticed the difference. The cold, ruthless Silva standing here was nothing like the one he had met before. Or rather, this was his true self. The head of an assassin family. Find it. Lock it up again. His orders were absolute. Aluka, the hidden fourth child of the Zoldyck family. To Silva, an uncontrollable danger. A threat. And one that might harm the family. So, he had kept Aluka locked away since birth. No one was allowed to interact with her. No one. Except Killua. Occasionally, Killua would visit. And every time, guards monitored the room, watching Aluka's every move. Just in case. Suddenly, Goto's phone rang. One of the Zoldyck butlers, following Seer, had called. Bad news. The voice was hushed, but filled with horror. Aluka-sama has met Seer-sama. Goto's fingers tightened around the phone. He turned to Silva. Silent. Chapter 116. Capadocia was a well-known tourist country, famous for housing two world-renowned locations, the Zoldyck Estate and Heaven's Arena. With a booming tourism industry, its commercial sector had flourished as well. Wealth dictated infrastructure, and Capadocia had plenty of money, meaning there were endless places to have fun. But with limited time, Cyr didn't take Aluka to too many spots. Instead, he brought him straight to Heaven's Arena. It had everything: betting, spectating fights, and just outside, a well-developed shopping district. A perfect place to bring a kid. Where is this? Aluka's wide eyes darted around, taking in the lively crowd and massive screens displaying fight highlights. Excitement flickered in her expression. A place adults like to relax and have fun. Cyr answered deadpan. And indeed, the crowd was almost entirely adult men. Few women. Even fewer children. Cyr suddenly gave Aluka a light push toward the betting counter. Go test your luck. If you're lucky, you might even take home some gifts for your family. Luck? Aluka tilted her head. For a kid who had been locked away since birth, gambling was a foreign concept. Then again, even children from normal families wouldn't know much about this. As for Cyr, well, the places he hung around as a kid were never exactly lawful. Casinos, VIP clubs, underground rings, he had free access since he was tiny. On his 6th birthday, his father took him to a casino and handed him a small box of chips worth 2 million as a present. Nobody even questioned why a child was allowed inside. Cyr dug into his cursed creature's mouth, rummaging around for a moment, then pulled out a wad of cash and handed it to Aluka. Wait a bit. We'll watch this match. Cyr pointed to 2 fighters on the screen. Pick who you think will win, then give this money to the lady at the window. Just tell her your choice. Then, pat. A casual ruffle of Aluka's hair. Aluka hesitated. Why isn't Cyr coming with me? She didn't voice the question aloud, just obediently walked toward the counter. That's when she saw it. A notice taped to the glass, banned, tiny white-haired gremlin with blue eyes and black tattoos. Ah. Cyr was not welcome here? Aluka blinked. Then, following Cyr's instructions, she randomly picked the person who felt more likely to win. She was led to the spectator stands. The fight started. It was fascinating. Aluka's gray-blue eyes stayed locked on the match, completely absorbed. When it ended, Cyr smirked. You picked the winner. Aluka nodded enthusiastically. She ran back to the counter to collect her Jenny winnings. It wasn't much. After returning Cyr's initial investment, even less remained. And what did she do with her tiny profit? Bought chocolate. All of it. Not for herself. It looked like she was planning to give it to someone else. Cyr arched a brow at the pile of chocolates but didn't comment. There was only one white-haired sweets addict in this world. Killua. As for Cyr himself, he didn't care much for sweets anymore. Back when he couldn't have them, he had craved them. Now that he could, or sometimes had to eat them in large amounts, the novelty was gone. Every now and then, he'd pop a piece of candy in his mouth, more out of habit than desire. Aluka found everything fun. Her smile never faded. But, every so often, there was a flicker of sadness in her gaze. Afterward, Cyr took her to an arcade, to experience gaming for the first time. Cyr soon realized something: Aluka was surprisingly good at these arcade games. Maybe, during her time locked up, the family had given her a gaming console? Still, the way she lit up when playing online games made it obvious, the Zolps never gave her internet access. They wandered around, eating, drinking, and buying random stuff. Cyr wasn't about to make a kid, who probably didn't even understand what money was, pay for anything. He didn't comment on it either. If they bought too much to carry, he just dumped the extras onto the curse and made it haul everything. Aluka seemed like she had never tasted street food before. Everything she tried made her so happy, even the things that weren't that great. What do they even feed you at home? Cyr muttered. Some kind of nutrient-balanced meal. Yeah. The Zolps didn't seem like the type to let their kids eat junk food. The food at home feels different from the food outside. Aluka shook her head. Everything outside made her happy. And Seer noticed something else. Aluka was really interested in stuffed animals. And honestly, her hobbies? Kinda girly. He thinks she's a girl, remember? For example, the moment she saw pretty hair accessories, her gray-blue eyes widened, and she'd grab onto Seer's sleeve, pointing eagerly, "I want that." No subtlety. Just direct about what she wanted. Seer didn't mind. Then hold on to it yourself. He paid for whatever Aluka wanted, no hesitation. It was the same kind of indulgence Killua showed her. The same kindness. "Seer Ni is just like my big brother." Aluka cheered, clinging to Seer's arm. Even Nanako agreed. "First, I like Oniai-chan. Second, I like Seer Ni. Third, I like the big tiger." Had enough fun? Ready to go home? Seer glanced at her. He was definitely returning the kid. He wasn't a kidnapper, after all. I'm good." Aluka nodded enthusiastically. She knew this was a huge hassle to begin with. "Alright. Let's go." Seer grabbed Aluka and took off toward the Zoldyck estate. Sora, who had finally caught up, groaned in exhaustion, then took off running after them again. Zoldyck Mansion. Found them. They're in the shopping district near Heaven's Arena. Dodo worked 4 computers at once, tracking their movements. He spotted them on security footage, but before he could analyze it, they vanished. Like they were never there. Gone. Again. For the 3rd or 4th time. Every time the Zoldycks managed to track them down, by the time the airship even got close, they'd already disappeared. Damn it. Goto slammed his desk. His shirt buttons popped off. He didn't even care. Grabbing a bag of chips, he shoved a handful into his mouth, absolutely fuming. His stress-eating mode had officially activated. How did that thing get out? Silva's cold voice cut through the room. His expression was unreadable. Despite layer upon layer of security, the thing had still escaped. Security footage shows. Aluka just vanished from her room. Subone's head was bowed as she reported the findings. 1 second she was there, the next, she was gone. When they finally found her again, already in the forest outside, Silva's expression darkened. Monster. And the incompetent fools who failed to stop it? Useless. Silva thought for a moment, then returned to his room and made a call to someone in Meteor City. "Pampas, keep your people in check." His voice was calm, unreadable. "Which one? The kid we sent to your place causing trouble? Or are you just unhappy with the ones we sent?" Pampas, picking up Silva Zoldyck's call, assumed he was complaining about their latest recruit. "Seer DeVille. He ran off with one of mine," Silva stated flatly. "Seer, huh?" Pampas chuckled, completely unbothered. "I can't control him. Though. He's not your kid? The first time I saw him, I actually thought you Zoldycks sent another heir over for training." Pampas sounded completely serious. It made sense. The Zoldycks were a powerful family, and white hair was their signature trait. That's why he was nice to the kid at first, even though he was arrogant and dismissive. Because he was used to it, that's just how Zoldyck kids were. So he wasn't one? Then, what does the actual Zoldyck heir of this generation look like? Anyway, if you can contact him, tell him to return what he took. Silva's voice was low and cold. When referring to Aluka, he simply said that thing, making it clear, he didn't see her as a person. "Relax, it's your son, right? Not your daughter. It's not like Seer's gonna elope with him," Pampas laughed, casually brushing off Silva's concerns. Kids running off to play wasn't that big of a deal. But Seer wasn't the type to play with kids, was he? Back in District 12, he didn't give a damn about the other orphans. What he took is dangerous. Silva fell silent for a moment, then subtly hinted at the truth. During their experiments on Aluka, or rather, Nanika, a lot of people had died. And when that many people die, replacements are needed. Pampas had asked about it before. Silva's explanation? A naturally gifted child. Uncontrollable abilities. So Seer took your kid with the dangerous, uncontrollable power? Pampas muttered, now understanding everything. No wonder Seer, who had zero interest in kids, was suddenly playing Big Brother. That kid just liked playing with dangerous things. Don't stress. He knows what he's doing. He'll come back on his own, Pampas sighed, trying to clean up that reckless idiot's mess. Silva hung up. Pampas clearly knew Seer well. His tone even carried trust. So, maybe the kid was reliable. Suddenly, a loud disturbance echoed from the forest outside. Silva stepped out of his room and found Goto waiting in the hallway. The butler's walkie-talkie crackled with frantic voices. Seer-sama and Aluka-sama have returned, but they didn't come through the testing gate. They just appeared inside. Mike is chasing them. The voice on the other end sounded completely out of breath. Goto turned to Silva and Kikyo. Kikyo, hearing that her kid was being hunted by a giant hound, didn't react at all. Like it wasn't even her child. Silva felt tired for the first time in his life. As the Zoldyck head, he was born with the white hair of their bloodline, trained as an heir from birth, and had never struggled with anything. He had never failed. And yet, for the first time in his life, he felt a very particular kind of exhaustion. Not from a lack of strength, just pure, mental fatigue. Taking 50 billion from that brat to let him stay here? Worst decision ever. He felt like he got scammed. And that feeling peaked when he finally saw them. Seer, laughing his ass off, holding Aluka in his arms while playing tag with Mike. Mike, struggling to keep up, had already lost them multiple times. And when he did? Seer would literally jump in front of him to regain his attention, taunting him into continuing the chase. As a result, the forest was now littered with dozens of fallen trees. Silva ran a hand down his face. Since the founding of the Zoldyck family, it had never been this chaotic. All thanks to this little bastard. If not for Pampas's connection and that 50 billion, Silva would have kicked him out on the spot and said, Seer Deville, get the hell out of my house. But instead, whistle. Silva let out a sharp whistle. Mick, mid-pounce, immediately slid to a stop, obeying the order perfectly. Like a well-trained machine. Yo, Silva. The white-haired teenager jumped down, still holding Aluka, landing right in front of him. As if they were just old friends. With a big grin, he threw a thumbs up and said, Your son is amazing. A human-shaped wish machine, still capable of rational thought. A power totally usable, wasting it by keeping her locked up was a crime. Silva. Aluka. You promised you wouldn't leave. He ignored Seer completely and stared at Aluka. His voice was cold. Aluka looked down. Take him back. Silva ordered Goto. Seer-sama, please return Aluka-sama. Aluka-sama, please come with us. Goto remained respectful to both of them. Aluka obediently clutched her pile of chocolates and followed the butlers back inside. Once she was gone, Silva turned to the white-haired brat with a not quite a smile. You. Come with me. Chapter 117. As soon as Silva finished speaking, he turned to leave, assuming the other would follow him. But to his surprise, the white-haired boy remained standing still. With our relationship, there's no need for whispered conversations, right? He raised an eyebrow high, speaking casually. Our relationship? What relationship? Isn't it just a consumer and merchant transaction? Silva stopped in his tracks and turned back to look at him. What I mean is, we're not close enough to have secret talks. The white-haired boy stood there, speaking with a teasing tone. This kid. Really asking for a beating. But considering he was capable of pushing open all the testing gates at his age, having a difficult personality seemed normal. You're not trying to silence me just because I've been around a Luca, are you? Seer guessed, casually petting the exhausted big cat beside him, which lay on the ground panting with its tongue out. He was just making a random comment, but Silva's expression made him think. He might have actually hit the nail on the head. Had this guy really considered killing him? No wonder he's an assassin. You found the water sapphire. Did you make a wish for it? Silva asked, his gaze sharp on the white-haired boy. Even though Seer was young enough to be his son, Silva had no intention of treating him like one. He already had enough sons. Didn't find it, Seer denied outright. What water sapphire? Never seen it before. If he admitted it, he'd have to leave. But Mero was still in training, leaving this soon would make the 50 billion payment feel like a waste. At least let Mero finish his month of training before heading out. I'm just about to keep searching, so see ya. In an instant, the white-haired boy vanished like a cloud of mist dispersing into thin air. Coming and going as he pleased, as if this were his own home. A difficult person to evaluate objectively. And yet, despite seemingly making a deal with that thing, he was completely fine. Forget it. Hopefully, he'd stay out of trouble and leave soon. Assign more people to follow him, Silva instructed Goto. They'd better keep a close watch and make sure he didn't stir up any more trouble. If there's another slip-up, we might need to replace some people. The silver-haired man smiled slightly, but that only made him seem colder. Understood, Goto bowed. A few more people joined the surveillance team. Seer didn't mind. After all, he was in someone else's home, it was only natural for them to keep an eye on him. It's not like he was going to do anything shady. Seer went to check on Mero, watching as he diligently went through various butler training exercises. He nodded in satisfaction. The path to training the ultimate butler, Mero, officially begins now. What exactly are you trying to do? A black-haired, purple-eyed boy appeared behind Seer. Killua Zoldic's younger brother, Kalito Zoldyck. Younger than Aluka, and the one who looked the most like a girl among the brothers. Probably because Kikyo actually raised him as one. What are you so worried about? Seer glanced at him and smirked. Why do you look like something precious to you is about to be taken away? His voice was full of teasing amusement. Kalito remained silent. This white-haired boy, just like his older brother Killua, claimed he was here by Killua's invitation. Along with other newcomers, something about their presence made Kalito feel an inexplicable sense of unease. Like something was changing. And he had no power to stop it. Thinking back, this feeling had been there ever since Killua had stabbed their mother and injured Maluki. Let me guess. Are you worried I'll take Killua away? Seer stroked his chin, his mind flashing through Aluka's deep attachment to Killua, Kikyo's obsessive devotion to him, and Illumi's disturbingly possessive control. Could it be that this kid also has some kind of obsession with Killua? Are all of you brothers Killua fanatics? Oh, except for Maluki. That guy seems to hate Killua quite a bit, and by extension, he dislikes me too just because I have white hair. As for the others, whether it's the Zoldyck family members or their butlers, they all seem to have a rather high opinion of him. Killua won't be taken away by you, Kalito simply stated. That just proves you're worried about it, Seer smirked. Relax, I'm not here to take him. Why would he take Killua? At Killua's current level, they wouldn't even be able to play together properly. Killua still needs to grow alongside Gon. Instead of worrying about me, you should be more concerned about your dear Killua getting taken by that kid in the green outfit outside. Seer thought of Gon and casually brought it up. He's Killua's best friend, you know. He deliberately emphasized best friend. Killua's friend? Kalito looked utterly unconvinced. That weak guy is Killua's friend. Do assassins even need friends? Compared to that guy in green, this white-haired one in front of him seemed much better, at least he wasn't annoying. With that thought, Kalito's gaze lingered on Seer's white hair. Yeah, not annoying. People who resemble Killua are impossible to dislike. Hard to believe? Feeling uneasy? What a shame. The white-haired boy looked at Kalito, clearly amused. Your dear Killua is about to be taken away by him. He enunciated every word, his schadenfreude practically overflowing. Oh? So he's not expressionless all the time? Just mentioning Killua can change his face. Confirmed, aside from Maluki, all of the Zoldyck brothers are Killua fanatics. Now he knew exactly how to get under their skin. After dropping that bombshell, Seer hummed a little tune and left in a great mood, while Kalito stood there in silence. The guardhouse. Gon and the others were struggling to sweep the floor while wearing 100 kilograms weights and holding 50 kilograms brooms. A large white tiger, carrying a pile of snacks on its back, swayed its tail as it strolled past them. Then walked back again. And again. And again. That's enough already. Leorio clenched his fists. What the hell is this tiger trying to do, walking back and forth so many times? They just finished sweeping that area. Cleaning requires patience. You're too hot-tempered, a voice came from above them. The three of them looked up to see a white-haired boy floating in the air, bending forward to look down at them with a mischievous smile. You're not here just to watch us struggle, are you? Leorio grumbled. This kid, who had once been their examiner, was a complete mystery. They still didn't understand his background, personality, or motives. Nope, I came to remind you guys of something. Seer shook his head. You're here to take Killua with you, right? Well, I already let the Zulks know about that. No need to thank me too much. Ignoring Leorio's loud "who the hell would thank you?" in the background, Seer continued, but they seem to really dislike people trying to take Killua away. Oh, and one more thing, Killua is in a really pitiful state right now. He got beaten so badly he's practically unrecognizable, barely clinging to life with just a single breath left. Seer exaggerated dramatically, just short of saying Killua was on his deathbed. If you don't hurry and save him, you might be too late, he sighed deeply, as if lamenting something tragic. Gon's eyes widened, while Leorio and Kurapika's expressions turned tense and anxious. You're lying, Gon suddenly said. TCH. Seer clicked his tongue in annoyance. Damn, beast-like instincts are troublesome to deal with. And if Killua was really in that state, you'd help him, wouldn't you? Gon added, full of unwavering trust. He had already heard about what happened in the final exam, how Seer had saved Badoro from Killua when something was clearly wrong with him. I wouldn't, Seer replied without hesitation. You would. Because you're a good person. And you like Killua just like we do, Gon declared with certainty. You really shouldn't put so much faith in your instincts, Seer muttered, lips twitching. Sometimes, beast instincts aren't that accurate, huh? At least, they don't work well on someone like him, whose morality is as flexible as Schrodinger's cat, one moment a saint, the next an ultimate villain. Seriously, what had he even done to make Gon so sure he was a good person? Chapter 118. In the open space in front of the Zoldyck Estate's gatehouse, a boy in green clenched his fists, looking firmly at the white-haired figure floating above him. Please tell Killua, we'll be there to see him soon. Covered in dust, he looked like an enthusiastic little puppy, all scruffy and eager. Even crouching down, the white-haired boy still gazed down at the three figures below him from above. No, he drawled lazily, his deep blue eyes sweeping over them. I'm not in the business of delivering messages. Just moments ago, he had been teasing them with a smile, but in an instant, his demeanor had shifted, cold, distant, unapproachable. Then, without giving them a chance to argue, he straightened up and disappeared before their eyes. For the next while, Gon and the others occasionally ran into him, especially during training, where he would sit comfortably against a fluffy, oversized tiger, snacking as he watched them struggle with their cleaning duties. Sometimes, he would even throw in a few sarcastic remarks. Already worn out when it's not even 200 kilograms. Tisk tisk tisk. Hunters, in an oddly meaningful tone. So weak. Whenever they started thinking he might be easy to talk to, he would suddenly pull away again, creating an insurmountable distance between them. Leorio had long since decided the guy was an unpredictable weirdo. But soon, they wouldn't have to deal with him anymore. Because finally, they had passed their training. Let's go find Killua. The three of them shed their weighted vests and headed toward the testing gate. Even just pushing open the smallest, first door made every muscle in their bodies strain, even their eyebrows working hard, just to create a narrow gap they could squeeze through. Even so, they were beyond thrilled. As they excitedly ran toward the Zoldyck main estate at the mountaintop, they encountered two figures walking in the opposite direction. The white-haired boy had his hands behind his head, taking a few steps, then hopping, repeating the pattern playfully. Behind him, a blond young man followed with a calm expression, his face pale with a faint purple hue. "Safe travels," a girl in a tailcoat and tuxedo dress murmured, hugging her cane. She remained in place, bowing slightly with lowered eyes. The white-haired boy and his companion brushed past Gon's group, like two parallel lines that would never meet. "You finally got the door open? Congratulations, congratulations," he commented as he walked ahead, his tone hovering between praise and mockery. It sounded off. Gon turned to look back, only to see the figure walking away without looking back, growing smaller in the distance. "Gon, stop staring. What's there to look at? He's gone." Leorio tugged at him. "Ah, oh." Gon nodded and jogged forward to catch up. A girl with a wild, fluffy afro stood before them, her cane planted firmly on the ground. With a cold, emotionless expression, she warned. "Tourists are not allowed beyond this point." She was like a robotic sentry, perfectly fitting the Zoldyck household's style. A crashing sound echoed from behind them. Marrow turned to glance back for a moment, then lost interest and looked away. Probably someone getting beaten up. He was all too familiar with that sound. Ah, the classic shonen protagonist cockroach syndrome. Seer mused with an unreadable expression, despite not even turning around. Getting beaten endlessly, never dying, and only getting stronger. But none of that had anything to do with him. Can you drink poison like water now? Shoving aside thoughts of whatever was happening behind him, Seer looked at Marrow eagerly. It was as if, the moment Marrow said yes, he'd pull out a vial of poison and pour it straight down his throat to test it. Godo said my body has developed resistance to most common poisons now. Marrow's voice was hoarse. Lately, with all the toxins accumulating in his body, even his complexion and voice had changed. But according to Godo, it was normal, he'd recover after training, and having some residual poison in his system wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Common poisons, huh? So stronger ones still work. Weak. Seer pondered aloud, rubbing his chin. During his month-long stay at the Zoldyck estate, Seer's body had undergone significant changes. At first, while he remained unharmed, he would still cough up blood after being poisoned. However, by the end of the month, he barely reacted to toxins at all. Drinking poison like water was no longer an issue, his body's adaptability had become astonishing. After a month of consuming poisoned food, even his black nails seemed to have gained a healthier sheen. Godo said the time was too short. The Zoldyck family members start this kind of training from a young age and continue it for years, Marrow explained. But I can continue training on my own. As long as I take different poisons every day, followed by their antidotes, I can keep strengthening my resistance. His words were clear and methodical, showing that he had already planned his next steps. I see. Not bad, Marrow, Seer nodded in approval. He appreciated people who actively sought ways to strengthen themselves. If someone was weak and had no desire to improve, they were just waiting to be slaughtered like livestock. You flatter me. Marrow smiled, lowering his head to hide the deep contemplation in his gaze. Neon's prophecy still echoed in his mind: if he stopped moving forward, he would be left behind. The airship, parked in a forest clearing, slowly ascended into the sky, heading toward its next destination. Your preparation time is almost over. Please submit your match application at Heaven's Arena before the deadline. If you fail to do so, an opponent will be randomly assigned. On board, Seer yawned in boredom as he read the message on his phone from Heaven's Arena. The first reason for leaving the Zoldyck estate was simple: his month-long stay was up. If he didn't leave on his own, he'd get kicked out, which would be embarrassing. The second reason? It was time for the once every 3 months Heaven's Arena tournament again. By his calculations, this would only be his 4th match since reaching the 200th floor. Since he had never actively challenged anyone, and after his first fight, no one had dared to challenge him, all his matches had been assigned by the arena whenever the time limit expired. Currently, his record was 3 wins, 0 losses. To become the floor master, he still had 7 more fights to go. So slow. Why wasn't anyone challenging him? Couldn't some overconfident newcomer show up and make things more exciting? With that hope in mind, the airship finally arrived at Heaven's Arena. Since it was still within Padokia's borders, the journey didn't take long. Seer and Marrow returned to their rooms on the 200th floor. As they walked down the hallway toward the registration counter, they spotted several newcomers. And, of course, a familiar face. Seer. A red-haired man sat on the floor, pressing a playing card against his lips, smiling lazily as he greeted the white-haired boy. After passing the hunter exam, HxH was back. Chapter 119. In the corridor, a group of fighters from the 200th floor and above, each having awakened their nen abilities, either stood or sat around. Meanwhile, outside the passage, the newcomers trembled under the sheer pressure of an aura they couldn't even see but could definitely feel. You guys are intimidating the rookies again, huh? Seer glanced at the familiar and unfamiliar fighters gathered in the corridor. Boring. Ignoring the combined pressure emanating from the fighters around him, he walked straight to the registration counter. After submitting the registration form, all that was left was to wait for his opponent to be assigned. If he didn't submit it, he would be automatically disqualified when the time ran out. The fighters in the corridor recognized him but didn't say anything. As Seer finished submitting his form and turned to leave, he paused briefly when passing by HxH, as if something had just crossed his mind. Oh, right. HxH, do you want to challenge me? HxH smiled lazily, his hands never stopping as he placed another playing card onto his unfinished card tower. I still remember what you said: you'd only fight me when you had the strength of Chairman Netero, right? That old man's strength was certainly nothing to scoff at. Besides, HxH had already chosen his next opponent for an upcoming match. It wasn't Seer. You only need 2 more fights before you become the floor master, huh? Damn, I wanted to get there before you, the white-haired boy grumbled in frustration. HxH simply smiled as he listened. After all, he had been in Heaven's Arena for almost 3 years now. Such a delightful little fruit. He watched Seer's departing figure, a strangely benevolent look flashing in his eyes. 3 days later, a name appeared on the notification screen in Seer's room: Dorado. Never heard of him. Just another nobody? Seer muttered in confusion. Then again, he barely remembered anyone other than the opponents he had fought in Hisoka. Dorado made it to the 200th floor in 6 months, Mero said as he pulled out a small notebook and flipped through his notes. His ability leans toward transmutation and conjuration. His primary weapon, a long staff that conceals blades, is something he conjures through Nen. Since Dorado had reached the 200th floor half a year ago, Mero had him recorded. If it were someone who had climbed up in the last 3 months, he wouldn't have much information yet. But he was already working on gathering intel on the new fighters. Unlike Seer, Mero couldn't afford to be careless. He couldn't simply rely on brute strength and expect to win every fight. To come out victorious, he needed to plan carefully. Understanding the opponent's strength, their usual attack methods, and their potential weaknesses, analyzing all of that was key to victory. Transmutation and conjuration? Sounds boring, Seer sighed, shaking his head. But I guess I can look forward to it a little. Who knows? Maybe his opponent would surprise him. Maybe Dorado was actually incredibly powerful, strong enough to beat Seer into the ground the moment the fight started. Or something like that. The notification arrived today. The match would take place tomorrow. As Seer stepped onto the arena stage, he finally took the time to get a proper look at his opponent. Meanwhile, in the spectator stands. Killua, look. Seer is coming out. Gon excitedly grabbed Killua's arm with one hand and pointed toward the arena with the other, practically shouting. It really is him, ha, Killua sighed, already exhausted. He wasn't surprised at all. The moment they arrived at Heaven's Arena, they had been bombarded with promotional announcements about a particular fighter's match. Things like the youngest 200th floor fighter in Heaven's Arena, the White Demon, don't miss this battle. The most breathtaking fighter in history, watch his dazzling performance for only. A string of ridiculously exaggerated descriptions was plastered alongside the name Seer, successfully grabbing both Killua and Gon's attention. Not long after arriving, they had already spent a small fortune on tickets, though, to be fair, the money came from their recent fight winnings. His opponent looks strong, Gon suddenly said, watching the figure on the arena with a serious expression. A creature covered in vibrant orange fur, resembling a humanoid tiger, stood on the stage. Its face lacked any human features. Wait, does Heaven's Arena allow magical beasts to compete? Gon blinked. I guess. There's no rule against it. This is so nerve-wracking, Killua. But it's weird, it's not even my fight. Gon was confused by his own emotions, completely unaware that he was being affected by Nen. He simply wondered if he had developed some strange habit of getting nervous on behalf of others. Killua remained silent, watching like a cat cautiously assessing its surroundings. Ladies and gentlemen, both Dorado and Seer have entered the arena. The commentator spoke with enthusiasm, gripping the microphone. Dorado made it to the 200th floor 6 months ago and currently holds a record of 2 wins, 0 losses. Seer reached the 200th floor a year ago and holds a record of 3 wins, 0 losses. So, who do you think will win? Let's find out. As she spoke, she gestured toward the massive screen in the stands. The screen displayed the 2 fighters' portraits, and the numbers beneath them rolled rapidly before settling. Dorado vs. Seer. Odds, 2.03, 1.1. Looks like the crowd believes Seer has the higher chance of victory, the commentator teased, clearly trying to stir up excitement. And with that, the match begins. The audience erupted in cheers. Seer. 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 Crush him. White Demon. Wow, everyone really believes in Seer, Gon said, glancing at the excited spectators. On the arena stage, Seer reached toward his shoulder, and from seemingly nowhere, pulled out a weapon. It was only about the length of his forearm and appeared rather dull. Where did that weapon come from? Gon's eyes widened in shock. Interesting, Killua leaned forward slightly, his focus sharpening. The orange and white figures, like two beams of light from opposite directions, were about to collide. The usual principle of longer reach equals stronger advantage no longer seemed relevant. The fight ended in 2 moves. First, Seer raised his strange weapon to block Dorado's incoming staff strike. The moment their weapons clashed, something unexpected happened. The long staff in Dorado's hands vanished into thin air. Before the audience or even Dorado himself could react, Seer didn't hesitate. The seemingly blunt weapon suddenly appeared at Dorado's throat, piercing through completely. With a casual motion, Seer withdrew it. Blood sprayed. Dorado collapsed, his condition unknown. It all happened within seconds, so fast that most people didn't even process what had occurred. They only knew one thing: Seer had won. Again. Seer, one-hit KO. The referee announced loudly. White Demon. White Demon. White Demon. The audience leapt to their feet, roaring in celebration. The referee's call for a stretcher over the intercom was completely drowned out, treated as nothing more than background noise. HxH. Really strong. Gon swallowed hard, watching as Seer nonchalantly made his weapon vanish into the void. Yeah, Killua muttered, not even trying to deny it. This guy is way too strong. Chapter 120. Seer, current record, 4 wins, 0 losses. The commentator continued announcing the victor's stats, as if they had just discovered the ultimate key to boosting audience engagement. The white-haired boy wore a cold expression, his brows furrowed in dissatisfaction. His entire demeanor screamed not satisfied enough. Ignoring the referee, who was frantically calling for the medical team over their radio, Seer lazily stepped down from the arena. Before Marrow could offer any words of praise, Seer spoke first. You can contact that guy now. What's his name again? Seer frowned, thinking for a while. Oh, right. Zorge Zickler. What a weird name, he muttered, clicking his tongue in distaste. Tell him, we'll take his boss's job offer. A one-star bounty hunter who formed a mercenary group just to work for the rich in pursuit of a stable life. Well, Seer didn't really get it, but he supposed he could respect the choice. Understood. I'll inform him now. Marrow nodded and pulled out his phone, dialing Zorge Zickler's number. The call was picked up almost immediately. You've decided to take the job? Zorge sounded surprised. He had already assumed these two wouldn't accept. After all, it had been over a month since the hunter exam ended, and they hadn't reached out to him even once. Not that it mattered. If they refused, so be it. His employer had money, there were plenty of other choices. But now, a month later, they were suddenly calling him? Of course. We're still short on people, so you're welcome to join us anytime, Zorge responded quickly. Given how his employer had been acting, they were willing to spend whatever it took to increase their chances of success, no hesitation whatsoever. Got it. We'll meet with your employer sometime soon, Marrow replied politely. Soon. How soon? That depended. Vague, flexible, and deliberately avoiding specifics, he was a natural at this. Speaking of timing, Hisoka's got a match coming up in a few days, Seer muttered to himself, ignoring Marlowe's phone call. Since Gon and Killua have already arrived, Hisoka's next opponent should be Castro. The result was Castro got killed, and then Gon fought Hisoka? Then after winning, Hisoka became a floor master. Meanwhile, Seer only had 4 victories, he still needed 6 more to reach that rank. Damn, that's embarrassing. We're leaving. Once you're done, we're out of here. Seer made a snap decision to retreat. Stick around to watch Hisoka's over-the-top theatrics? Not a chance. I understand. I'll finish quickly. Mero gave a slight bow, his every movement resembling that of a professional butler. Then, in the arena, his fighting style was utterly reckless. He sacrificed an arm, letting his bones snap in the process, to ensure his opponent's death. "Sir, it's over. Let's go," he said, holding his broken arm with his other hand. His face was pale, but he remained eerily calm, even smiling in a serene, submissive manner. Seer studied him for a moment before suddenly laughing. "All right. Let's go." Mero seemed to be growing more and more unhinged. Or perhaps, his true nature was simply surfacing. "Now this is interesting." As they were leaving, they ran into Gon and Killua again. This time, they had another boy with them. He was younger, wearing a white martial arts gi, with thick eyebrows, clearly the stubborn type. And he had already awakened Nen. Well, there goes the title of youngest fighter to reach the 200th floor. Seer stared at the three with a peculiar expression. An ominous feeling washed over them, making them instinctively take a few steps back, their eyes filled with wariness. "Should I just kill you all right now?" the white-haired boy murmured. It sounded like a joke, but the murderous intent leaking from him was all too real. Gon and Killua's hair practically stood on end. "This guy is strong." The younger boy crouched into a fighting stance, his fists clenched at his waist, staring at Seer with a serious expression. "Obviously. This guy was our exam proctor not too long ago." Killua rolled his eyes, exasperated. "A one-star bounty hunter. Seer DeVille. I didn't expect to run into you here." A man in glasses and a dress shirt with neatly combed black hair stepped forward. "Zushi, step back. You're no match for him." "You know him?" "Master." Gon, Killua, and Zushi all turned toward the man. "You look kind of familiar," Seer muttered, digging through his memories. Back at Heaven's Arena, Gon and Killua had met someone who taught them Nen. That guy's name was... Wing. The white-haired boy suddenly realized. "Well, whatever," he sighed. "Not like any of you are gonna win more stylishly than me anyway." Heaven's Arena's biggest stars were still him. And Hisoka. That damn magician always pulled off such ridiculous tricks in battle, his fights were pure entertainment. And since he'd been around longer, he had a dedicated fanbase. So when it came to popularity among fighters in Heaven's Arena, Seer and Hisoka were pretty much tied. Wing looked slightly surprised. He hadn't expected this boy to recognize him. Not that he underestimated himself, but he really wasn't famous. "How does he even know about me?" "Oh, right. When you reach the 200th floor, be careful," Seer said casually, unfazed by Wing's suspicious look. He kept walking toward the exit but gave a passing remark as he brushed past Killua and the others. "The people up there really love weak prey. Especially those who hadn't learned Nen yet. Otherwise, there wouldn't even be a so-called initiation ritual." The white-haired boy's departing figure was relaxed and carefree, as if nothing in the world could truly concern him. "So, he's saying that, to the fighters above the 200th floor, we're just weak prey." Killua muttered, clearly unwilling to accept it. Gon scratched his head, unsure how to respond. He could only give an awkward laugh to cover his uncertainty. "For a bounty devil like him, I'd say most fighters probably look like weak prey." Wing adjusted his glasses, his tone carrying a hint of caution. "I was gonna ask, how do you even know that guy?" Killua frowned, staring at Wing. "He's somewhat famous in the hunter community. You'll probably hear his name more in the future." Wing smiled, choosing not to elaborate. Seer wasn't just known for his strength, his ruthless, merciless methods had earned him quite a reputation. Some people even believed that he was the one who truly deserved to be locked up. TCH, acting all mysterious, Killua turned away, clearly unimpressed. At this moment, neither of them fully understood what Seer had meant. Not until they stepped into the hallway leading to the 200th floor registration desk. That invisible, omnipresent force, spreading through the air like an overwhelming, suffocating pressure, made them freeze in place. And in that instant, they remembered the white-haired boy's words. So this is what he meant. The gap between them and the fighters on the 200th floor. Was it really this massive? Chapter 121. The airship followed the coordinates provided by Zorge. Eventually, it hovered over an ancient castle built on the edge of a cliff. Another castle dweller, huh? Seer muttered, his tone unreadable as he stared at the fortress below. He had lived in a castle before. During scorching summers or freezing winters, he had been sent abroad, staying in places where endless corridors stretched in every direction, so much so that he had once gotten lost inside. With a designated helipad, the airship descended under the guidance of the people below. Zorge stood in the open courtyard, greeting them with an air of ownership before leading them into the guest lounge. If everything looks good, go ahead and sign, he said, pulling 2 contracts from beneath the table and handing them to Seer and Marrow. The contract terms weren't too strict. It simply stated that any items brought out of the game would belong to them, and that successful player would receive a 50 billion Jenny reward. How many consoles do you have right now? Seer asked, signing his name and tossing the pen aside. It's inconvenient to disclose the exact number at the moment. We're still acquiring them. From what I've heard, 7 consoles will appear at the Yorknu auction this September, Zorge deflected, avoiding a direct answer. There might be robbery attempts, so we'll need you to come along, he added. Take out the might. Be more confident. It's definitely happening. If he remembered correctly, the spiders would make their move at this year's auction. And here I thought I'd get to play right away, Seer sighed, half reminiscing about the spiders' plotline, half complaining. What a waste of a trip. Boring. By the way, if I clear the game, can I exchange the 50 billion for a rainbow egg instead? He suddenly asked. Money wasn't that useful to him. The 7 beauties still lacked 1 rainbow egg and an unknown item. A rainbow egg. That item has almost never appeared, so Jikila shook his head. Mr. Batara wouldn't agree to that trade. 50 billion was a tangible sum, but a rainbow egg wasn't something you could just buy off the market. Fine. The white-haired boy didn't seem too bothered by the answer. So, what do we do next? Let me think. Zorge fell silent for a moment. Seer had already done everything that needed doing, leaving him at a loss for what to assign him next. What, was he supposed to treat Seer like a subordinate and start giving him orders? Zorge had no doubt that if he tried that, the white-haired boy sitting across from him would immediately throw hands, without saying a word. We're both one-star hunters. What gives you the right to act like my boss? That was probably how Seer would see it. Which meant he had no idea how to handle him. Looks like there's nothing for us to do right now, Seer concluded from Zorge's prolonged silence. Not that he had any intention of looking for work himself. But getting 50 billion just to play a game for free. That was insane. What kind of saint was this Batara guy? At this moment, Batara officially surpassed Krilo in Seer's mind, taking first place on his list of most generous benefactors. Because let's be honest, Krilo never paid this much. That's what set apart the truly wealthy. All right, we're heading out, Seer said, standing up and turning to leave. Don't forget to meet at Yorknu by the end of August, Zorge called after him, watching the white-haired boy's retreating figure. Got it. The boy waved a hand without turning back. Is hiring someone this uncontrollable really a good idea? His reputation wasn't exactly stellar. Zorge recalled the boy's notoriety in both the hunter and criminal circles, his gaze darkening. With almost 6 months left until the end of August, Seer picked up his bounty hunter identity once more, turning his attention back to high-reward criminals. It was like picking the fattest pig to slaughter for New Year's. As his balance skyrocketed, so did the infamy of the bounty devil. After diligently hunting criminals for 2 months, Seer finally stopped. Not for any grand reason, he was just exhausted. "I'm either traveling or chasing down criminals every damn day. I've been on this airship so long I might puke." Seer groaned, sprawled out lifelessly on the couch. It felt just like year-end sale season, constantly on the grind, either catching criminals or on the way to catching them. It was practically his full-time job at this point. Though, to be fair, these criminals were loaded. His balance had been steadily climbing because of them. "Would you like to take a vacation, my lord?" Mero suggested after some thought. His father was the same way, switching vacation spots every so often, claiming he'd get bored staying in one place too long. Vacation. Seer suddenly sat up. "Wait, I just remembered, I took the hunter exam so I could use free transportation and travel the world." He got his license, sure. But with a personal airship at his disposal, he never actually needed public transport. As for his dream of traveling the world, well, that hadn't really happened either. He'd been to plenty of places, but he'd never really enjoyed them. Thinking of this, Seer's gaze landed on a system panel only he could see. World exploration, 30%. He had visited all 6 continents, even spent over a month at sea, yet the exploration rate was still only 30%. Was the remaining 70% all on the Dark Continent? A land even larger than the human-inhabited world. The Zoldyck family had probably been there before. Nanika, the entity inside Aluka, couldn't have just appeared out of nowhere. It was likely something they brought back from the Dark Continent. Ever since meeting Aluka, Seer had suspected as much, but he never asked outright. Just because he was straightforward didn't mean he was reckless. The Dark Continent was a classified topic. Only a handful of people even knew about it. If he casually asked Silva, "Hey, that thing inside your kid, it's from the Dark Continent, right?" he'd probably have the Hunter Association knocking on his door the next day. By day 3, V5 would have him silenced. And by silenced, they obviously meant eliminated. The 5 great nations weren't about to let their secrets get out. If someone discovered something they shouldn't, V5 would definitely investigate how they found out, and then cover it up. Every corrupt government in every world operated the same way. Meanwhile, his character synchronization rate had slowly climbed to 53. At this point, he had turned off system notifications, only allowing alerts when it hit 60. Gaining just 1 point at a time felt so miserly. Who was he supposed to be impressed by, exactly? "We're going to Whale Island," Seer said, flopping back onto the couch. Whale Island had been on his list of places to visit ever since arriving in this world. The Zoldyck estate? Checked off. The exam hall? Not only checked, but he even became an examiner. Heaven's Arena? Reached the 200th floor, though not the title of floor master, still a successful check-in. Yorknew? Been there, though he hadn't attended the auction yet, check-in failed. And the protagonist's birthplace? Of course, that was a must-visit location. A quiet island getaway sounded nice. The constant headaches, the exhaustion, no matter what he did, he couldn't shake the feeling that his brain was about to explode. A synchronization rate under 60% was still too low. But even if it hit max, with the passive strain of the 6 eyes, he'd probably still be drained all the time. Whale Island? Understood. Mero nodded, though he couldn't quite understand why his lord wanted to visit some unknown, unremarkable little island. It wasn't exactly a famous vacation spot. But he didn't ask, just obeyed. "Hey hunters. Cult leader here. This is your reminder that breaks are important. Unless you're Killua. Then you're just built different anyway, onward. And beyond." Or something like that. Chapter 122. Whale Island was exactly that, a small island. A very, very small island. The infrastructure was far from advanced. There were no bustling shopping malls, and the environment felt almost primitive. But for someone on vacation, that was part of its charm. When the private airship landed, it immediately drew a crowd of curious islanders. How did something like that end up here? I haven't seen an airship this high-end in decades. Is something wrong? Why would it suddenly land here? Whale Island wasn't big, and its residents had all grown up together. Everyone knew each other. A single unfamiliar face would be noticed immediately. Could it be that little Gon is back? That kid's only been gone a few months, and he's already making such a grand return? He must have gotten his hunter license. That's a real hunter for you. Just what you'd expect from Jing's son. They were convinced that the airship was bringing Gon home in triumph. By the time the hatch opened, the crowd had already raised their hands, ready to greet him. Hey, Gon. But before the Gon could leave their mouths, they saw who actually stepped out. One with golden hair. One with white hair. No sign of that unmistakable green-clad boy. The words died in their throats. Who the hell are these two? Never seen them before. Total strangers. Wait. Look behind them. Is that a magical beast? One of the villagers pointed at the white-furred, single-horned tiger lazily following the two. Even though it looked completely unbothered, the sheer presence of the beast was overwhelming. Compared to the magical creatures native to the island, this one was far more terrifying. The crowd instantly scattered. In mere seconds, the once bustling gathering turned into a full-blown stampede. They had seen the airship. They had seen the strangers. That was enough excitement for the day. Their lives were more important. Watching them flee like startled birds, the newly disembarked Sora let out a sneeze. It wasn't just any magical beast, it was an intelligent one. A creature capable of communication, one that rarely resorted to violence. Still, that didn't seem to matter. Mero, on the other hand, had already surveyed their surroundings. He took one look at the tiny island, devoid of entertainment facilities, and frowned. My lord. What exactly do you plan to do here? No matter how he looked at it, this place was far below his master's usual standards. By all rights, they should have been headed to some ultra-luxurious resort. Kalisha had investments in several, and they could enjoy VIP treatment there for free. Seer, however, simply pulled a fishing rod from the curse's mouth and kept walking. I'm here to fish. There's a fish in the lake on this island, 4 to 5 meters long, weighing over a ton. Mero stared at his master's back, then quickly caught up. So that's why we're here. If his lord was willing to make a trip just for this fish, it had to be something truly special. Mero glanced at Sora. Their eyes met, emerald green against pale blue. A moment later, the tiger withdrew its gaze and took a step back. Understood. Then, with a swift leap, it vanished from sight. Mero picked up his pace, jogging to follow his master. Suddenly, screams erupted in the marketplace. A white tiger bolted down the street, pursued by several villagers wielding pots, pans, and whatever else they could grab. The clattering of metal filled the air. Chaos ensued, chickens squawked, dogs barked, people ran in all directions. A magical beast. It's attacking. Run for your lives. It's the beast those outsiders brought with them. Still sprinting, Sora turned its head back toward the mob. I paid for it, it roared. It had paid. So why the hell were these humans still chasing it? Stop. Stop. It paid. It was just shopping. The fishing shop owner came running, panting heavily, hands on his knees as he gasped for breath. Doesn't matter if it's a person or a magical beast, if it pays, it's a customer. Had everyone forgotten how to treat paying customers? Ah. So it was just here to buy something. I see. Some of the villagers who had already picked up their hunting rifles awkwardly hid them behind their backs. They had thought it was a magical beast attacking the marketplace. "You should have just explained properly," they grumbled at the fishing shop owner. "Who was the first one to yell magical beast attack? You can't just shout things like that." "Wasn't me." "I don't know." "Definitely not me." One by one, they all shirked responsibility, exchanging nervous laughs before awkwardly retreating to their shops. With its tail curled around the two newly purchased fishing rods, Sora followed the scent in the wind and made its way to the lake. There, it spotted its target. A white-haired boy sat on a tree branch, one leg bent, the other stretched out, fishing rod in hand. The bobber floated motionless on the water's surface. Standing nearby, a golden-haired young man appeared to have been waiting for some time. When he noticed the approaching white tiger, he simply stretched out a hand in greeting. "I was just chased through the village with people trying to kill me," Sora muttered, tail flicking as it handed one of the rods to Mero, its voice carrying deep grievance. "What did you do?" Mero asked, lowering his voice. "I went into the fishing shop, grabbed 2 rods, paid, and left," Ko said, still baffled by the whole ordeal. "You mean you charged into the shop, went straight for the rods, snatched 2 of them, dropped some money, and bolted?" Mero added the missing details. "What's the difference?" Ko tilted its head. "Wasn't that how shopping worked? You go in, take what you need, pay, and leave. Simple." With its pale blue eyes and dark facial markings, it somehow bore a striking resemblance to him. Mero sighed. Forget it. There was no way he could scold something that looked so much like his master. That was precisely why Sora remained so naive, like a spoiled child. It was being pampered. "See? I knew I didn't do anything wrong," it declared confidently, its tone eerily similar to a certain someone. Then, wrapping its tail around the fishing rod, it gave it a flick and cast its line into the water. Crouching by the lakeside, it joined them in fishing. The master of the swamp was a figure of legend on Whale Island. It was akin to a mini-boss, a hidden encounter. In games, creatures like this usually required a special event trigger. You couldn't just decide to find them. Especially since Gon had already caught it once before. Catching it again would be significantly harder. The 2 humans and 1 tiger concealed their presence using Zetsu, blending perfectly with their surroundings. Birds, butterflies, even insects, freely landed on them, unaware of their existence. For nearly half a month, they waited in silence. Until finally, the stillness of the lake was broken. The bobber moved. A massive, sapphire blue fish flicked its tail, biting down on 3 separate baited hooks at once. Then, without hesitation, it thrashed its body and leapt from the water, plunging back down with a splash before swimming away at full speed. In an instant, the 2 humans and 1 tiger holding onto their rods were yanked into the air, soaring high above the lake. They were about to be dragged straight into the water. Chapter 123. The white tiger loosened its tail's grip, letting an invisible wind lift it, allowing it to land lightly above the lake's surface, without even a single hair touching the water. The golden-haired young man, on the other hand, made a split-second decision midair. He released his fishing rod and, just as he was about to plunge into the water, crouched low. His hand touched the lake's surface first, instantly freezing the water beneath him. He landed steadily on the newly formed ice and immediately looked up to locate the person he was following. "Wahoo!" A cheerful voice rang out from not too far away. Mero and Sora turned their heads in unison, only to see that, at some point, the white-haired boy had already perched himself on top of the massive blue fish. He gripped the fishing rod like reins, steering the fish as it swam. And he was headed straight for them. "Wait, my lord," Mero started, but in the next second, the ice beneath him was shattered by the charging fish. He barely had time to reform another ice platform and jump to safety before hitting the water. The moment he landed, he saw Seer yank the fishing rod, sending the giant fish into another frenzy as it charged at him again. "My lord!" Mero turned and ran. One ice platform after another formed beneath his feet, temporary landings as he desperately fled. All the while, Seer laughed carelessly, thoroughly enjoying himself. "Faster, faster. If you slow down, you'll turn into a drowned rat. Run. Keep running." By the time the lake was littered with shattered, yet to melt ice chunks, Mero was half collapsed on one, his upper body draped over a broken slab while his lower half dangled in the water. He was so exhausted his vision blurred. As for the massive blue fish, it was now floating belly up, utterly drained. "Ah, so weak." Seer shook his head at the sight of both Mero and the fish completely spent. Then, he turned his gaze toward the white tiger curled up nearby. "Come down and play." Sora shook its head furiously, every inch of its body screaming rejection. Understandable, it was a feline, after all. Seer flopped onto the grass, hands behind his head, and stared at the sky, letting his mind drift into emptiness. "So this is Whale Island. I'll take you to meet Aunt Mito." Gon and Killua had returned to Whale Island, greeted warmly by the villagers. "Gon, you're back." "Yo, you little rascal." Gon nodded at everyone, waving, before grabbing Killua's hand and dashing off. Right now, he just wanted to get home and see Aunt Mito. After introducing Killua to Mito, the two wandered around the island. "Hey, Gon, look." Killua pointed in a certain direction. A few villagers, tools in hand, were running out of the forest in groups. "Uncle, what's going on?" Gon stopped one of them to ask. "Something's got the magical beast by the forest lake all riled up. It's been causing a huge commotion for over an hour. No idea what set it off." The man scratched the back of his head. "A magical beast?" Gon's eyes showed confusion. "Going berserk?" Killua's voice, on the other hand, carried excitement. "Let's go check it out." This time, Killua grabbed Gon and took off running. However, the forest wasn't as chaotic as the villagers had described. By the time they reached the lake, everything was calm. No trace of a raging magical beast. Well, that wasn't entirely true. There was a magical beast, specifically, a white tiger lounging on the grass. Killua's gaze swept over the tiger before settling on the white-haired boy beside it, lying down with his eyes closed, seemingly asleep. "The villagers weren't talking about you guys, were they?" After a brief pause, Seer slowly opened his eyes, staring at them blankly before sluggishly responding. "What?" "The islanders said there was a berserk magical beast making a huge scene over here. Besides you guys, was there anyone else?" Killua asked, sounding disappointed. With this guy around, what magical beast would dare to go berserk? If anything, he was the real troublemaker. "I was just playing a little." The white-haired boy sat up lazily, leaning against the tiger, yawning as he spoke. "Whale Island sure is small. Small enough that any incident spread across the entire island in no time." "Just playing a little," Killua muttered, his gaze drifting over the lake, completely littered with chunks of broken ice. The reflections off the ice chunks were almost blinding. "Ah! The master of the swamp!" Gon suddenly shouted, pointing at the floating fish in the lake. It was the same fish he had once caught and then released. "What happened to it?" Gon stared at the fish, belly up on the water's surface. He could tell it wasn't dead, but, for some reason, it seemed to be radiating an emotion that could only be described as wishing it were dead. Was it just his imagination? "It just got tired from playing," Seer explained nonchalantly. The giant blue fish on the lake sluggishly flipped itself over and, utterly exhausted, swam toward the depths. "Humans. Humph. Never showing its face again. Doesn't look like just tired to me. Killua muttered, watching the fish float away, its spirit seemingly shattered. What the hell had they been doing to get it in that state? Wait, no. The real question here was, what are you guys doing on Whale Island? Killua's face screamed, why is it you people again? When he got out of his family's interrogation room, he had heard that this guy had been living at his house for a whole month. Then, before he even had the chance to return, the guy had left. Fine. Whatever. But then, when he and Gon went to Heaven's Arena, there he was again. As a contestant, no less. And even that wasn't the worst part. One time, Killua tried to place a bet at the arena's wagering counter, only to be stopped by the staff. Some guy at the counter had pointed at him and said, "Don't think I won't recognize you just because you scrubbed off your tattoos, white-haired, blue-eyed brat. You're banned from betting." Killua had nearly lost it. And then, as if fate were messing with him, one day, he went to buy chocolate, only to be told that all of it had already been bought by some white-haired, blue-eyed contestant just moments before. That was it. He had put up with enough. And now? Now he came all the way to Whale Island, only to run into this guy again? This was Gon's hometown. What the hell was he doing here? Vacation, obviously. Didn't you know? The white-haired boy looked at them like they were idiots. Huh? Vacation? Killua looked completely unconvinced. As the third son of the Zoldyck family, he knew there were way better vacation spots out there. Why would anyone come to some no-name island in the middle of nowhere? It's fun because it's a no-name place, Seer said casually. A vacation isn't about counting heads, you know. Anyway, we'll be staying here for a while. If you don't have anything important to say, don't come bothering us. Seer waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing them away. You. Killua gritted his teeth. Damn it. Why was this guy so good at being infuriating? And what was worse, his tone, the way he spoke, it was just like himself. Wait. Now that he thought about it, wasn't this exactly how he talked to other people? His anger vanished instantly. No way. Impossible. He couldn't be annoying. That was absurd. Marrow, are you done resting? Seer suddenly called toward the lake. Yes, my lord. The golden-haired young man stepped out of the water, dripping wet from head to toe. Here, change into this. Seer reached into the curse's mouth, rummaged around for a moment, then pulled out a set of Marrow's clothes and tossed them to him. Understood. Marrow picked up the clothes, glanced briefly at the two unexpected guests, then walked off to a corner to change. Chapter 124. We're all guys here. What's the big deal about changing clothes? Killua smirked mischievously, watching as Marrow hid in the corner to change. Wait. Don't tell me you're interested in watching guys change. Seer gave him a weird look. Watching another guy strip right in front of you, how was that not an eyesore? Unless, of course, you were into that sort of thing. Seer almost blurted out, "Bro, you're not actually gay, are you?" After all, the original manga had a whole fandom obsessed with the Killua and Gon early romance theory or whatever. Even the lyrics from the old anime's theme song were kinda suspicious. To some fangirls, Killua wasn't just Killua. He was Killua Zoldyck, the hopeless romantic who fell in love at first sight and immediately lost himself to it. As if. Killua shuddered and took 2 steps back, instinctively raising his hands in defense. He was just messing with Marrow. Why the hell would he be interested in watching guys change? Relax, it was just a joke. Seer waved a hand dismissively. That's just how shonen manga worked, super deep friendships, unbreakable bonds, all that nonsense. And that, right there, was probably why he could never be the protagonist of a shonen series. He didn't do bonds or friendships. And if he looked at his current setup, an overly devoted follower, a badass pet, and an extravagant lifestyle, yeah, he was definitely giving off villain energy. By the time they finished talking, Mero had already changed. "Let's go." Seer swung himself onto the white tiger's back. With that, the two boys and one tiger disappeared leisurely into the depths of the forest. Killua clicked his tongue and turned to Gon. "Hey, is there anything else fun to do around here?" Gon's eyes lit up. "Let me think. Oh. I got it." Without another word, he took off running. Halfway through, he turned back and shouted, "Killua, hurry up." "Coming." Killua sprinted after him. 1 month later, Whale Island. Killua had been searching the forest for ages before he finally found his target. "Hey, wanna play a game? 2 versus 2. He strolled over with one hand in his pocket. The white-haired boy lying lazily on the grass, basking in the sun with his giant white cat, didn't even twitch. He looked asleep, but the grass and leaves around him were completely still. There wasn't even the sound of birds chirping. It was like the entire area had become a windless void. Even before stepping closer, Killua could feel the pressure. A formless force, like an invisible storm, had built a wall around the boy's resting place. He narrowed his eyes and used Gyo to enhance his vision. What he saw made his brows furrow. The aura emanating from Seer stretched out nearly 100 meters in every direction, blanketing the entire area. That explained the eerie silence. Not a single beast or animal dared to come near. As for the source of this suppressive force, Seer, the eye of the storm, remained peacefully asleep, his expression unusually serene. Killua barely spared a glance at the blonde guy. Mero didn't matter. As long as Seer agreed, that guy would follow without question. Right now, the priority was convincing this guy. Urgent. Need a gaming partner for a 2v2 match. A whole month had passed, and in that time, they'd naturally ended up as gaming buddies. Sometimes, when things got heated over a win or a loss, they'd settle it with a bit of hand-to-hand combat. Though, every single time, Killua ended up eating dirt and being forced to admit defeat. "You guys suck at games. Not playing with you." Seer's voice was indifferent. He didn't even bother opening his eyes. Killua opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Then, unexpectedly, "By the way, we're planning to leave soon. You two wanna come with us?" Seer finally opened his eyes, leaning lazily against the white tiger as he casually extended an invitation. Killua hesitated. "Where to?" "Haven't decided yet." Seer's answer was crisp and to the point. "Maybe you'd prefer exploring 10,000 meters under the sea or 10,000 meters up in the sky." He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Now that he thought about it, the ocean around here was pretty deep. Whether it was actually 10,000 meters, he wasn't sure. But the number of sea monsters? Yeah, definitely a lot. "We'd die." Killua gave him a blank look. Talking about 10,000-meter depths like it was a casual trip, if they actually went, there was a good chance they'd never make it back. "I was exaggerating. It's not actually 10,000 meters deep. I was actually thinking about a ruin." Seer yawned, looking a little drowsy. He'd sensed something when he was fishing up earlier, but at the time, he'd been too focused on catching fish to bother. Then, after getting the fish, he just completely forgot about it. "A ruin? An underwater one?" Killua's eyes lit up. "I'll go ask Gon." And with that, he took off running. "Gon! Gon!" He started shouting before he even reached the house. "Seer wants to know if we want to check out an underwater ruin." He burst into the room, yelling. "An underwater ruin?" Gon looked troubled. "But do we even have time?" They'd recently discovered that Greed Island might hold clues about Gon's dad. But the game was ridiculously expensive, and so far, no one seemed to be selling a copy. If they used their hunter licenses at home to log into the website, there was a risk of being tracked. That meant they had to go to an internet cafe off Whale Island instead. Greed Island, huh? Gon sighed, staring at the ring on his finger. Wait. Killua's eyes suddenly widened. That guy probably knows about the game. He was strong, became a hunter before them, and was even a one-star hunter. The game was only sold to hunters, so Seer definitely had more information than they did. That makes sense. Gon nodded, thinking it over. Now that he considered it, Seer had to know something. Let's go ask him directly. Killua grabbed Gon and sprinted back into the forest. 15 minutes later. Greed Island. Yeah, I know it. Why? Seer lazily nodded as he looked at the two boys in front of him. You have the game? Can we play it? Or do you know any hunters selling a copy? Gon asked eagerly. I don't own it, but I was invited to play. Seer pushed Gon back slightly, overwhelmed by his puppy-like enthusiasm. Who? Who invited you? Can we join? Gon's eyes sparkled. Seer rubbed his chin, thinking. Now that he thought about it. How did these two get into the game in the original story? Some rich guy invited me. Apparently, he gathered a whole bunch of people just to clear the game. Supposedly, anything obtained inside Greed Island can be brought into the real world. The guy's probably after those items. If you two get a bit stronger, you could probably join. There's going to be a public recruitment event anyway. Seer shrugged. Since it was a public recruitment, as long as they were strong or smart enough, they could get in. And knowing these two, as main characters, they'd definitely find a way. When? Where? Gon looked ready to sprint there right now. It's still early. At the very least, not until September. Seer's lips twitched. The guy said some of the game consoles haven't even arrived yet. Greed Island will be at the Yorkton City auction in September. You could always buy it yourselves. The price for one full set is about 10 billion Jenny? He smirked, his eyes filled with blatant schadenfreude. You guys got that kind of cash? The two boys, whose combined total assets barely reached 800 million Jenny. Chapter 125. 10 billion Jenny. Upon hearing that number, Gon's eyes lost all light. He collapsed onto the ground as if his soul had left his body. Pull yourself together, Gon. Killua grabbed his shoulders and shook him. Didn't this guy say something about a ruin? Ruins usually have tons of treasure. If we find some and sell them, we'll have 10 billion in no time. He tried to use words to revive his fallen friend. Gon instantly regained his spirit. Take us with you. We want to go to the ruin. He rushed up to Seer, grabbed his hand, and started shamelessly pleading. Honestly, he was just like a little animal, everything about him was so direct. There's no guarantee we'll find anything in the ruin. Seer casually pulled his hand free. For all we know, someone else might have already taken everything before we even get there. And with that, he poured a bucket of cold water over the two boys' enthusiasm. That's fine. Let's just give it a shot. Gon, unfazed, persisted stubbornly. All right, fine. Let's go together. Seer spoke lazily, standing up to leave. What? You're going now? Killua and Gon stared blankly. Yeah. You guys coming or not? Seer asked, raising an eyebrow. Right now. Gon scratched his cheek. They were still in their casual home clothes. And they hadn't even said goodbye to Aunt Mito yet. Realizing this, Gon immediately grabbed Killua and sprinted back home, tossing a sentence over his shoulder as they ran. Wait for us. We'll be right back. You have to wait for us. he pleaded. Just 30 minutes later, the two boys returned, properly dressed and having already said their goodbyes. A small airship was parked at the edge of the forest. As soon as they boarded, it could take off immediately. Inside the airship, Gon sat on the couch, ignoring the tea and snacks in front of him. Instead, he clutched his teacup and shifted seats, moving right onto the armrest of Seer's sofa. Staring at him intensely, Gon finally voiced the burning question in his mind. "Seer, do you know what kind of game Greed Island is?" His eyes sparkled with curiosity. Anything related to his father, Jing Freaks, filled him with endless fascination and a deep desire to explore. Seer thought for a moment before replying. "From what I remember, it's a game where people can actually die. Meaning, if you die inside the game, you die in real life too." "A game where people can die?" Gon and Killua exclaimed in unison. One looked shocked. The other looked excited. "What kind of game could it be?" Gon murmured, deep in thought. "A game so dangerous it could kill someone in the real world. And what role did his father play in it?" His gaze turned distant as he pondered. "Seer, do you know Jing?" "Jing Freaks, my dad?" Gon suddenly asked. "Heard of him, but never met him in person." Seer shook his head. "Your dad's pretty famous, though. Jing Freaks, a 2-star ruins hunter. He's made major discoveries across multiple fields. His achievements are enough to qualify him as a 3-star hunter, but he never applied because he found it too much of a hassle." Beside them, the blonde-haired young man scrolled through his phone, reading off Jing's profile. "His name is even on the underworld's do not mess with list." The voice was cold and indifferent. As expected of Jing, Gon muttered in admiration. The more he chased after his father, the more he realized just how exceptional the man was. Someone that outstanding was his dad. So how could he give up? How could he just accept defeat? If he gave up so easily, what right did he have to keep following in his father's footsteps? "Speaking of which, Seer, how did you get so strong? You're only a few years older than us, right? Teach me." Gon changed the topic with a grin. "Can't teach you," Seer shook his head. "Unless they also transmigrated and got bound to a system. A system that granted them cheats. Of course, they'd better pray their system was a reliable one, not like his, which not only dropped him in the wrong location but also came with broken abilities and built-in debuffs." "Aw, come on," Gon sighed in disappointment. "Just wait. Give us a year or two, when we're your age, we definitely won't be any weaker than you. We might even be stronger." Killua smirked, full of confidence. "I like the confidence, clap, clap," Seer said, applauding casually. That instantly made Killua's hackles rise. What was with that sure, keep dreaming expression? "I won't be standing still either," Seer continued, a smirk playing on his lips. "While you guys are getting stronger, I'll be getting stronger too. And at an even faster rate, so." He reached out, pressing a hand onto Killua's head, his grin turning sharp. "Looks like you'll only ever see my back." "No way. I'm gonna catch up and surpass you." Killua clenched his fists, a fiery determination blazing in his eyes. Sure. Good luck with that," Seer replied half-heartedly. "Hey," Killua's eye twitched. All right. Gon quickly stepped in before Killua exploded. "By the way, Seer, where exactly is this underwater ruin you mentioned?" He skillfully changed the topic. "In the Polar Sea. At our current speed, we should reach it in about a week," Seer estimated. "I can't wait," Gon murmured excitedly. He had to get into Greed Island. Whether by buying it himself or through some other method, he'd figure it out. Somehow, he just knew, he'd find more clues about Jing there. Killua fell silent too, his expression thoughtful. 1 week later. The airship hovered over the vast ocean, its doors opening. So, how are we getting down? Killua stood at the edge, peering down at the deep blue water below. He turned to look at Seer. Eat this, and you'll be able to go down just fine. Seer gestured toward Marrow, who promptly pulled out a small box and started handing out capsules. What's this? Gon examined the two strange pills he had just received. One lets you breathe freely underwater, Seer explained casually before popping one into his own mouth without hesitation. And this one? Gon held up the second capsule. That one prevents pressure damage when we reach the ocean floor. You don't want to get crushed, right? Seer added lazily. Honestly, he didn't even need an oxygen supply. If worst came to worst, he could just teleport out of the water. But for safety's sake, and to avoid dealing with annoying water pressure, these pills were a good backup. Hunter World technology really was convenient. I'm going first, Seer said, stepping forward without hesitation. His body vanished from sight. And the next second, the ocean surface rippled violently, a massive impact crater forming in the water. He just jumped straight down. Killua's expression stiffened as he turned to look at Gon, who had already followed suit without hesitation. Did they always play this recklessly? I'm going too. Gon took a deep breath to steady himself before leaping. Seriously, these reckless idiots, Killua sighed, rubbing his temples in exasperation. But in the end, he stepped forward. No way I'm getting left behind. And with that, he jumped.